Well, um, oops. Can you guys hear me okay? Hello? I didn't mean to start so soon, but here we are. What's up, guys? I'm glad you guys enjoyed the music. I do quite a bit as well. It is called N64 Love, and I found it on SoundCloud somewhere. I should give you more information on that, because the artist should be credited. So, thank you so much, Donnie, for the 57-month streak resub. I appreciate it. All those an entire month or two without a stream, and we're back. So, thank you so much, Esther.
David Hart's spending your money on you, David of Dab.
Yeah, when your own money is being used for a subscription, it does hit different, I have to admit. But Esther, it's our money, so it doesn't hit that different. Thank you so much for that copy pasta space chicken. And thanks for the resub, Essie. I appreciate it, of course. 42 months. I really appreciate David's approach to Twitch mirroring Space Chicken's approach to YouTube. His dedication to learning from the experts is what keeps David's content so high quality and replayable, especially when there's been nothing else for years. Thanks for keeping your audience in anticipation, David. Well, Space, I have to say, I'm learning from the best. You're a true inspiration for content creation, specifically on YouTube. And the fact that you wrote that with grammatical what's the word I'm looking for? Impeccadence? No. What's the word? It's impeccable. I don't think impeccadence is a word, but you wrote grammatically impeccable speech. So thank you for doing that. And thank you Ethan and Donnie for carrying on the coffee pasta. Hello, Joshua. Thank you for being here despite your work schedule. That's awfully nice of you. Awesome. Thanks, Ethan. Drive safely. I don't want to say anything that would cause an accident. Hello, Charles. How are you? Thank you for being here. I catch you in a lot of the other streams that I watch, including Donnie's. I think Josh's most recently. Can we give our money to ourselves? David, yes. SES. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? Does this mean we need to make a Jeff Bezos woke emote? Imprecatory prayer. Awesome, Charles. I'm glad you're doing well. Esther, should I give this away? I don't want to give away your new hobby. I feel like you should, if you do a stream, you should give it away. I don't want to leak it, although I have the capability to. All right. So I thought. So from this point forward, I'm just gonna admit to you guys something that I'm excited for. So as you know, in the year of our Lord 2008, Zune finally had a second generation of MP3s. So I want to do an unboxing for that for you guys today, because I just got it. And I just want to share it with you. And let me know, by the way, if the music's too loud, too quiet, what have you. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Nohara? Good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in. If you guys are Smack Studio fans, get ready for some crack-a-lackin' stages. That's all I can say about that. Perfect volume. Perfect response, Ethan. Thank you. So, let's head on to our main screen here. Okay. Well, before I do that, I have to say, my wife Esther has started a new hobby. It is crocheting. So I have this. This is one of her first pieces she did. She basically, in the morning, one day, a few days ago, decided, hey, you know what? I want to learn crochet. That seems cool. And then by the end of the day, I believe this was the first piece she made. She cranked this out same day. And now she's working on a new project involving crochet. So mad props to her for deciding, you know what? I want to learn this cool hobby, and I want to learn it hard. Because that's what she did. Yeah. Seriously admirable. Admirable to have that kind of initiative. So, and of course, I'm excited for the things that she's going to make with it. In fact, there's something that she created that, in case people are watching, I don't want to say anything because it's going to affect a gift for somebody in the future. I don't know who's watching, and if you think it's you, it's probably not you. That's my hint. So with all that being said, I want to show you guys a few of my favorite websites that I like spending time on. But then eventually, we'll do this unboxing. Here is the second generation 8 gigabyte Zune, which is in box. So I will do an unboxing of that. But I have to keep you guys interested and captivated as I'm learning from Space Chicken. So I can't give away the good stuff right away. I've got to build up hype. As you know, I have the launch day Zune from a couple of years ago, and so I'll be comparing it to that, my thoughts, and another surprise as well. So it's 2008. Also, my wife made this. So are you 16 or Esther? Don't be ridiculous. We use a time machine, so we're back in 2008, but we're our current ages. You don't need to make this weird, Esther, because if I'm 16, we don't even want to think about how old you are. Okay? This could get me kicked off Twitch. Esther, you can't joke. Esther, I've got to delete that message. You know I've got to delete that, right? Because if you joke about being underage, you could get kicked. Actually, it's more of a Discord thing, I think. I'm definitely captivated by outdated tech that I've never used. Oh, awesome. Well, this is the stream for you, Josh. We're going to go over some tech. We're going to go over some... Oh, by the way, this is my favorite web browser. I'm going to move this dancing elephant gif for a second. This is my favorite web browser called Netscape. But all my friends are saying I should upgrade. But, I mean, look at this. It's gorgeous. I don't want to upgrade. I don't want to use tabs. I like Windows. That's what the operating system's called. Why should I use tabs? It's called Windows for a reason. Anyway, so eventually I'll probably have to upgrade. But for now, I'm going to enjoy my Netscape browser. And you can't tell me that I'm enjoying it wrong. Yeah, arranged marriage, Ethan. Arranged by God. Got him. My wife is just words. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Carrying that to its logical conclusion. My wife is just words. Age is just a number. You know. Donnie's in keeping with our theme of it being 2008. My first deleted message was back in 2020 when I dropped the old I'm... Are you actually serious, Space? It does also happen on Twitch sometimes. Oh, does it? Okay. Well, then maybe let's not make jokes about people's ages. To use Netscape GX or the browser for pinball arcade gamers? Well, I haven't heard of those before. I used classic Netscape, but I hear there's a new browser called Firefox I should be using. Definitely not using Internet Explorer, though. That's such an uncool browser. Imagine Twitch caring about underage users. Oh my. Fun idea. We go to David's earliest email account and look at his email sent in 2008. Oh my word. So, fun fact, Esther. Most of the earliest emails I've sent are gone because Yahoo is stinky. And if you're inactive for like 2 months, they nuke your whole email account. So I can reactivate. I can log into that same email. But all the emails I sent are all gone. The earliest ones I'll have access to is my earliest Gmail account. So if you'd like, we can go through that, but it's going to be very, very cringe. Because it's around that time. It's around 2008, I think. But I have emails from like 2006 that are gonzo. But my earliest online account would be from Lego.com, which also got nuked. It's the first username and password I made back when they didn't detect if you're using your username as your password. In fact, they may still not do that, but I had the bright idea to be like, how am I going to ever remember my password? I know. I'll make my password the same thing, the exact same thing as my username. So that was my brilliant strategy. And it worked because I remembered it. And I'm sure the account got hacked and demolished at some point. Okay, so we're gonna search for something really neat and groovy like Netscape, because I just love this browser so much. And oh, it's a guide to make your website look like Netscape Navigator, which is pretty cool. Although to be honest, mine looks a little bit better than this. He's got these like useless like toolbars, and I've got this nice clean one with just websites that I like visiting. So that's cool and all, but also, I'm totally a big fan of these things called 88 by 31 buttons. And I keep finding new collections of them, and they're pretty sick. Like, I'm a big fan of ones like this. Dat Gamer YOLO now. And as you can tell from the name, they are 88 pixels by 31 pixels. And I just think they really help me express myself. Why is Ask Jeeves not in your bookmarks? I'm not really an Ask Jeeves guy. I'm more of a VHS search guy. But I respect Ask Jeeves. Yahoo deleted my email address and is why I'm never getting Oh my gosh. I am so sorry, Josh. I've sent no less than 1,000 pings to Mr. Picante. Oh my gosh. We should just DM Josh Picante a lot of stuff, and then Discord will take notice. That sucks, man. Thank you, Esther. You know what? I was thinking about redoing my panels. I don't know if you can add GIFs to your panels on Twitch, but if you can, that would be pretty cool. Because I would add all the... What are they called again? Sparklies or pixelies or... I forgot the name of them. There's a name for it. Look at all these great Netscape Navigator fans. You DM your secrets? Oh my gosh. Esther, that's so risky. GPT is nothing on my boy Jeeves. I don't know what GPT is. That sounds like a pretty lame name for something, though. I give the Snapchat AI bot my passwords. In the right hands. Wow, this GIF is much faster than it should be. Whoever edited this didn't do the right amount of... Actually, no, I think it's still too fast. That's alright. I know it's not game accurate. But look at all these amazing buttons. I feel like they just really help you express yourself, you know. If you guys want a button for your own website, I'll post the link in the chat for you guys. David said he time traveled, so you should know what GPT is. Turns out photon reconstruction causes dementia. Yeah, it's definitely an issue of selective memory, right? Like, there are definitely some things I remember from the present year. But some things, like, there's a kind of gassy monkey that, like, everyone was obsessed with. I just can't put my finger on what or who that was. Oh, yeah, there's a pretty great website you guys should check out. It's like, it's kind of the hottest website on the block right now. Whoops. I haven't checked to see if this music is family friendly or not. Oh, now I have conflicting music. You know what I realized? I have no idea. I could just turn this down, I guess. But I mean, it's good music, so we'll turn it up. But yeah, this, to be honest, this website kind of inspired my own. It's got that like space aesthetic up here, and so I wanted to keep that going. It's got a an air speeder here. Fun fact, Star Wars nerd alert. If you guys called this the snow speeder, that's the incorrect name for it. It's actually called an air speeder. It only appeared on the planet Hoth, but it's not just used for flying in snow planets. So, Star Wars nerds should know this. Do you ever play Guns, the Duel back in 2008? I have not heard of that, Nohara. What am I missing out on? You need to tell us. Hey, Mike for real, welcome in. How are you? Family Friendly didn't exist in 2008. You're right. You're right. Why do you love Donkey Kong Country so much? Because 2DDK, it's the pseudonym for Farty Kong. Really? It's called Guns, the Duel. Whoa, what the heck? Is it still a living website? Free to play? Well, I'm clearly registering. Also, I'll resume the music here. Okay, let's register. Gotta do things like hide sensitive information, you know. Whenever you answer questions, like when they ask you security questions, never pick like, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? Or like, what's your favorite sound? Or like something stupid like that. Because you need to pick something objective. If you pick something subjective, you're going to be like, what was my favorite color at this point in time again? I can't remember. And then you're gonna screw yourself out of that account. A little word to the wise. And for anyone that's picked an answer like that and made it work, good for you. But I say overall, that's not a good idea. Also, one thing I found out about these older websites is they hate it when you have special characters in your passwords. So I have to make my password less secure. Yeah, okay. So it gave me an error when I first signed up, right? And my suspicion was it had special characters in the password. So I removed the special characters, and then it said, great, it worked. So I'm like, awesome. So secure. Hey, who is Worm? Sorry about that. Zune.net is Wayback Machine. Yes! That is a great idea, Worm is Worm. I use fake security question answers. Yeah, that's exactly what you should be doing. Yes, you can't be socially engineered. So it's like, what was the name of your first girlfriend or boyfriend? 70XY3583. And what you can do is if you use like a password manager, you can create another secure field within that URI of that login and make it another password basically, so you're double protected. So, of course, let's visit archive.org. What's so weird though is, oh wait, I didn't like that. Wow. Can we just take a moment and appreciate this image that came up? Wow, that's good. So what's so weird is like for some reason my browser connects to Zune.net, but it's like showing all this new stuff. Wait, what? Oops. Why isn't Zune.net working? Actually, that's super weird. This should be Guardians of the Galaxy stuff. Wow, that's super weird. Okay, whatever. We'll look at the real Zune.net. They took down the site. Aw, that's lame. It was up like the other day when I checked. Okay, Zune.net. FXP Guns is better server. Oh, so like there's a modernized version of it that's better, you're saying. Well, I have an official account now, so. Actually, let's blank out the screen for a second. I don't know what information it's going to show. Okay, nothing worthwhile. I'll check this out later, Nohara. Alright, so it looks like we're losing some style sheet here. I wish the style sheet was preserved. Let's just find a newer version and see if we get it back later. You haven't played the game in years? Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Usually things that are that long change. The game died? Dang. Never thought you'd see a Farty Kong ally, but here we are. What is your favorite Lego minifig? Wow, that's a great question. Chat needs to ponder this question. If you don't know what a Lego minifigure is, let's see if we can get a good list of minifigs. Oh yeah, brick sets. Brick sets got them all. In fact, it's probably too much. Let's look at the early. Let's look at like 97. Oh man, we got some good ones here. Oh, this Bandit was definitely up there. It's not this exact one, but it's like, I wonder if that's like 99? Oh yeah, this is when the Star Wars ones started coming out. I got these goofy battle droids. By the way, I hear they have a pretty good singing voice. There's some pretty good songs out lately. I'm gonna play a song for you guys. Don't worry about this modern website I'm using called YouTube. It's not important. The battle droids can really sing apparently. Like check this out. Oh wait, that's gonna get me copyright struck. Dang it. All right, well I'm gonna skip ahead. Here we go.
I walked across an empty land. I knew the pathway like the back of my hand.
Really good. And what's interesting about that battle droid is he apparently has a British accent, which I didn't know they had. So, wait, there was a baby? Must have missed it. Gosh dang it, Space. Don't say safety. I couldn't even say doorknob and have, like, the opportunity to punch you. What are with these bizarre figures? I've never seen these before. There's a neon green baby. What if it was in 97? Let's go back there for a second. Oh my gosh, you're right. That's a Lego product, apparently. What are with these other weird like alt figures? I don't even recognize these as a Lego product. I was thinking about these. We got some good ones here though. We got these little weird little like, oh, they're Duplos. That's why. Microsoft doesn't want you to remember their last good product. Wow. I'll have you know. Actually, what do you guys think about doing the Zune unboxing? I think today I want to definitely focus on some good Zune stuff. I want to focus on playing a little RuneScape, but also I want to work on some cool web stuff as well. So I can't figure out. There's too many fun things to do in this era of 2008 that we find ourselves in. There's too many good options. Flash is required. All right, let's go to the end of 2007 and see if we can access it yet. I know early 2008 Zune.net works because I did visit that somewhat recently. So we should be working here pretty soon. Weird that all the style sheets aren't loading. I wonder why. How many Zunes do I own? I own some Zunes from the future. I own 2 HDs. I own a 120 gig. And this 8 gig that I have yet to open. Well, okay, real talk, I've already opened it, and it's the one I used, the first Zune that I ever owned. But we're gonna act as if we're gonna unbox it because that makes the stream more exciting. Yeah, cringe. I don't have Macromedia Flash installed. Oh wait, is this gonna work? There's no way this is gonna work. I've installed something called Ruffle. Yo, what? Does this work at all? Okay, I'm actually shocked that it partially loaded. All right, maybe false alarm. It's super weird that none of these style sheets are loading though. This kind of makes me sad. How about like mid 2009? Yeah, Ruffle to the rescue. Yeah, right. What if I can mod my Zune use? Yes, actually, there's a lot. So there's a lot of mods on eBay and stuff that will take these 128 gig Zunes and they'll put SSDs in them, so they're not like spinning hard drive ones anymore. Wait, what? Social.zune.net. No, I want just Zune.net. Oops, not Zune.ne. All right, let's try like 2010. This is way more current and in the future than I want, but apparently nothing else is loading from a style sheet standpoint. The nostalgia blast hurt so much. I miss these devices just before the capacitive touchscreen takeover where user accessibility increased, but interface tactility dropped tremendously forever. Yes. Well said. Is that a Christy resub? Thank you so much, Christy.
So I can't stay or hear anything but have a good stream.
Thank you, Christy. I appreciate it. Thank you for doing the resub on 42 months in a row. That is amazing. You and Essie are tied, I'm pretty sure. All right, so this is like the closest thing we can get. Although I don't know why it's displayed like this. I don't have Dark Reader on. I wonder why this is there. What's great about this is showing a Microsoft Kin, which I also have, by the way. I'm gonna be right back. I told myself I wouldn't go farther than 2008, but quite frankly, I can't help myself. There's just too much good stuff in the late 2000s not to share as well. Hey, Wasabi Cheetah, thank you so much for that posture check. I don't even remember the Kin phone on the homepage. I don't either. That looks like a Kin 2. I think that's a Kin 2. Because I've got here a Kin 1, which was a gift from Kimball Donald in chat from years ago. And what's funny about these Kin phones is they've got Zune software built in. On the very back here, I don't know if you can see it. But it says Windows Phone. Do you see that? It says Windows Phone. Let's go to camera here. You gotta get the full view. See that? Windows Phone. Is that affection? What is up? Good to see you. So this was technically the first Windows Phone ever. You're not surprised about Zune? Well then, I'm happy with the reputation that I have. I also happen to have this, the packaging from the dock, which came with this nifty little controller right here. This little remote, I should say. Does anybody else get remote and controller, like, accidentally change with each other? Because I get them mixed up a lot. So this was the actual box that I had. I actually still have the whole dock and everything, and I still use it because it's a nice little convenient way to charge the Zune devices. So anyway, and I actually have some juice in these devices as well. So if I turn on this Zune HD, here you can see here are all the pins that I've added. So I still use these devices actually. And they're just freaking beautiful. Gotta get a good zoom in on these, you know. Come on, this looks awesome. It has got an OLED screen. It's got HD radio. We have the 120 gig, which obviously is a lot more storage space. But it's got you got that tactile. You got the kind of, you can like tap to enter something. You can swipe left and right to go left, to kind of pivot left and right. And you can go up and down. So it's multi-directional. It's not just it's not just two-way, it's four-way control style, which is nice. And it has some games on it as well. So it's weird because when I look in the camera, everything's reversed. So I gotta like, yeah, it's very hard using it backwards. We got games on there as well. Exciting games like Texas Hold'em and Checkers. Man, just the best games you could ask for, you know? Just beautiful. This really had the best interface ever, and it holds up very well. Here's the 120 gig and the HD side by side. Just that whole interface is so great. Oh, and just if you're curious, here's the original brown brick compared with the 120. Similar sizes. The brown brick is slightly more thick and slightly larger. And the HD is very small. Here's two HDs. They're very thin, very small, very light. So HDs are amazing, but obviously, I think the 120 gigs probably the HD's probably my favorite. 120 gigs a close runner-up. Hey, how's it going, Grant? Not a neon baby, according to your standards, I guess not. Keep that phone forever? Oh, you don't have to tell me twice. I will absolutely be keeping all these forever. Yeah. Don't worry, this is not going anywhere. This is not even talking about the Windows Phone collection that I have, which I will also share with you at some point in the future. And also they came with these little earbuds and these little protectors. So let's do that mock unboxing, shall we? So here is the packaging. And here is the front. You just open the little flap, and there's the device. Here's a small 8 gig model. I forget the camera doesn't autofocus, so if I hold it close like this, it's going to be all blurry. There's that. And if you open it further, you've got the product guide. You've got the headphones and the charging cable as well. Great branding. Obviously, this was like the first time Microsoft was doing something cool. That's not entirely true. Like with design. It was definitely an early product where they really went a different direction. So, thank you, Wasabi. I do believe I'm one of the culture. Hey, Connor, what's up? Yeah, dude, the Zune was so ahead of its time, man. I'll let you feel like it's crisp looking as well. No apps. So, yeah, I didn't install any on this Zune HD because I wanted to focus on music, but on this Zune HD, I do have applications. Because honestly, I don't really use media play. You know what's funny is back in 2009 and 2010, I was like, I don't care about the little like gimmicky apps on these media players. They don't need it. I just use it for music and nothing else. And now in 2023, I mean 2008, because that's the year that we're in. Oops. It's like you have your smartphone for those things. You don't need if you want a dedicated MP3 player. Just use that for music and then use all your functional applications and utilities on your phone. You have games on your phone? Gosh dang it, Charles. Going back to work for now, but have a nice stream. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that, Nohara. Sorry I didn't see that until so late. Take it easy, man. What are your 370 episodes of Marsfield Church podcast? Stop, Space. That hits different. I had so many video and audio podcasts on my Zune, Space. Did you do a lot of video podcasts back then? I feel like video podcasts used to be a lot more popular. Is there even like a standard for video podcasts anymore? Because it used to be like you had audio podcasts and you had video podcasts. I feel like no one remembers video podcasts. Sudoku Pog. You play that Sudoku so much. Was driving so I couldn't type, but would it not be true to say that a remote is a controller? Yeah, I think it is accurate, but when you think of controller, you think of... So here's something funny. The Wii remote was a controller, so I guess by that logic, yeah, they would be interchangeable. Zune is still ahead of its time. Song sharing doesn't exist today. Wow, that was deep. I'm pretty sure there's a homebrew Zune store for games. Oh yeah, totally. So on this very official website, zune.cc, that I may have not created last night, I've linked to every Zune resource. There's one called Zune Update. And this is, if you have a Zune device, you can go here and... Wait, is this leaking my IP address? I hope not. This does not look like my IP address, but anyway. So basically, you can download a certain host file that will circumvent the normal servers where it tries to look for Zune, and it will redirect it to like this fan server basically, and you can install all that stuff. What? I'm missing yours. Link me, bro. Actually, I'm gonna allow who is worm. You can post a link for the next 60 seconds. Feel free to link to your resource, and I'll add it. There's also Zune. Welcome to the social and Zunes.me, which might even link to your stuff. ZunePodcast.net. Okay. This is so cool. Oh my goodness. Actually, wait. I don't want to leak stuff that I have necessarily. My political opinions will be leaked if I show my podcast tab. That's amazing. Okay, I don't mind showing my music. Also, we need the dancing elephant back, for sure. This is so sick. Okay, I'm gonna add this. I'm definitely gonna add this. Let's see. Open recent. All right, I'll get rid of the Zune Discord link for now because it's already linked on the r/Zune site, so. So is it to like make it easier to like subscribe to podcasts with Zune? Is that the idea behind it? Okay, you got your description there. Cool. Patreon to Zune. Oh, cool. Oh, man. This is great. I'm going to star this. This is fantastic. Oh, you can see my other screen where the dancing elephant used to be. Hey, Link. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of web dev. Hey, Boosh. Thanks for being here. Yeah. The Windows XP stuff is... I surprisingly missed it. Although I love Fluent design. I love modern design. There's something with the Windows XP stuff that looks awesome. That's the IP for them. Okay, thanks, Connor. I'm pretty sure you're right, but you never know. Video podcasts are bigger than ever. They're just all on YouTube. Yeah, but I meant as like a format. No, sorry, not a format. Like a protocol is not the right word, but you know what I mean? Like, because podcasts have like a certain RSS ish method that they get distributed that's like a common protocol that like a bunch of different apps can use. There's nothing like that for video anymore, right? That's what I'm thinking of, because like you used to have video podcasts you can subscribe to that aren't like on like a centralized platform like YouTube, but they're kind of in this like they're hosted somewhere and then they're in this state where you can like pull them in like an RSS feed. That's what I'm thinking of. I just don't know the right I don't have the right vocabulary to use. Subscribe to Zune button is broken in newer versions of Windows, sadly. Oh man, that's too bad. So one thing I usually try to do is I would open the Zune software and I would go to podcasts. And then I'd hit add podcast and I just grab the RSS feed and it usually would work, but you're right, sometimes it doesn't. So that is fantastic. Thanks, Boosh. I appreciate that. Hey, how's it going, Julian? Good to see you, man. Have you been? I know we caught up somewhat recently. I think it was yesterday. Oh, 2008, David. Why would you want to circumvent Zune servers? They're going to live forever. You know, I have a lot of optimism for Zune. I think it's going to overtake the whole market, and it's going to crush all the iPods out there. In fact, I got a Christmas gift this year from my parents. That's just a white T-shirt that says Zune better than iPod with that little bracket, and I think it's pretty great. I'm gonna wear it in front of all my Apple iPod loving friends, and they're gonna feel the pain. They're gonna feel the burn. I like how casual that sounds, though. Yeah, you click this website and it circumvents the servers to find the Zune updates. That's what it literally does, though. And the content proxy allows downloading podcasts and Windows XP and other dead OSs. Oh, that's so cool. Well, shout out to Mr. Worm in chat for creating this. Let's use some of these other pages. Ring generator. What is ring generator? And there's the donate link for a Ko-Fi link. Great. So if you want to support, look at the background. The background's even got the classic, one of the classic Zune designs from the software. That's great. You know what I would really love? I would love for someone to like revitalize the Zune social deal. Because like I don't think there's any way to resurrect that, but some kind of way to like share how often you've played music that would actually connect to your stuff would be amazing. Stanley, thank you for the resub. 34 months. Stanley, how are you? Thank you so much for resubscribing. David, why did you choose to be obsessed with Zune Microsoft over the wildly more successful iPod Apple? That's an excellent question, Josh. So, for one Christmas, my brother and I each got a Samsung MP3 player. I think it had 1 gigabyte of storage, which was a lot for the time. Was it even a gig? Maybe it was 512 megabytes. I don't quite remember. But obviously, MP3 players were the big thing in 2006, so we were thrilled. But when it came to upgrade and I was starting to save my own money, my friends had iPods, but I didn't like iTunes. I remember that distinctly. I didn't like iTunes. I didn't like Apple products, especially the software. Like the hardware was, designed well. It seemed all right, but the software in particular was just gray spreadsheets and circles. That was like the design of all the Apple software at the time. And I was thinking about different alternatives, and Creative Zen was another option that I was looking at the time. Creative Zen. Here's what that looks like if you don't know. Okay, 2004 was much earlier than when I was looking at it. Maybe around whatever was around in 2006. Okay, yeah, this is what I remember. This is 2007. Okay. This thing. And I was like, all right, that's pretty interesting, but it didn't seem to have like it was okay. It was like, oh, I'd settle for this. I just didn't want to invest in the Apple ecosystem. And then I heard about Zune. I don't remember how. There was a website called Zunited. I thought, let's do another Wayback Machine journey. Because there's a website called Zunited. Funnily enough, the creator of this website would be my boss would end up being my boss years later. Which is like the most wild coincidence ever. But I learned about Zune and I was like, wait, you can share songs wirelessly with people. This is the one that I bought because it's all I could save up for. Oh, that's a sad article to open up to in 2011. That's not the Zunited I remember, though. I remember Zune boards as well. But anyway, so you could wirelessly send songs to your friends and stuff, which is crazy. And definitely something Apple did not want you to do. So I mean, that's the very beginning of the story, Josh. But eventually, I learned all the advantages that Zune had. if you had a friend Zune, you could connect it to your computer and move music back and forth without any problem. Apple had a huge conniption fit with that. You couldn't do that very easily. I like the interface way more. It was dark theme before I knew what dark theme was. I just like the look of it. I love the minimalist interface and the typography and the emphasis on motion to communicate like user experience and like user interface navigating and stuff. I just thought it was so much more superior than because you have to remember what iPods looked like. iPod software 2008. Like you're going to look at this and be like, how did we ever think this was good design? Like I'll see. I don't know why it's not loading. Okay, so this is a decent screenshot. And this was more on the touchscreen era, so it's not really fair to compare, but like, come on. This is so boring. That just looks bad. Compared to like Zune HD software. Like, come on. This looks way better. I didn't mean the desktop software. I meant the portable device software, but whatever. This illustrates the point. Anyway, I'm struggling because I'm using a weird browser, but like the iPod design just was not what I wanted at the time. So like this was the original iPod pretty much, I believe, right? So it hadn't evolved past this at all. It was very much like here's a spreadsheet of options. Here's black text on a very plain white background. It's like, all right, well, that's fine, I guess. And iTunes was just such a pain to manage too. Video podcasts are a thing, not really popular in the days of being able to stream video. Okay, so that's what I thought. So they're probably around somewhere, maybe in an underground capacity. This way of doing websites made out 1080p monitors look huge. Now 1080p makes everything look really tiny and small, and if you get 4K anyway, operating system defaults scale everything like 200%. Like, hello, right? Yeah, I still feel like 1080p is, like, for all intents and purposes, still the standard. The industry's probably moving forward. But, oh, dude, Smasher Magazine. Welcome, AJ. How are you? Gonna take you up on the offer? Oh, really? Oh, sweet. Yeah, definitely still on the table, my friend. It's a good deal, as long as it works. I wonder why Zune didn't do better. A lot of it was timing. Microsoft's notoriously late to stuff, especially with Windows Phone. They were very late. But Zune was just too little too late, right? I think if they started a few years earlier, but like, I think the first iPod came out, what, 2000? Was it 2003? I don't remember exactly. But like that's 3 years is such a huge like gap. Zune for me, even though I really never has neither it or iPod, was really the first big example to me at the importance of social engineering and perception over any technical merits. Exactly, right? Like the first brown brick that came out, this one, like, to be fair, it's not a great color, and they were just trying to be different, right? But the perception was like, if you were a loser if you had a Zune, because everyone that was cool had an iPod. Everyone had an iPod. So I think to what you're saying, Grant, that's an example, like a perfect example of like the market perception driving so much of the demand beyond mere capability. Like this thing, okay, there was a subscription service before Spotify in 2006. You could pay $15 a month. You got to keep, was it 5 songs or 10 songs? I think you got to keep 10 songs every month permanently for a $15 a month subscription, and you could stream as many songs as you wanted. And there was wireless sync, which iPod did not have. Like, it was mind-blowingly ahead of its time. And of course, Spotify came out, 5 years later in the United States? And everyone ate it up. But anyway. TLDR, he grew up in Seattle. No, actually had nothing to do with that, surprisingly enough. I did online research to find out about Zune. I'm doing well. I kind of lost my voice over the weekend. Oh, really? What? How'd you lose your weekends? How'd you lose your weekend? That's when you're having too much fun. You lose your weekend. What? How'd you lose your voice, Stanley? Were you at a concert or something? Zune's GUI is still modern looking. Oh yeah, it's super duper ahead of its time. Could not agree more. Actually, here's something fun. There was somebody who made a Zune themed Tumblr theme. So I copied it and made some modifications to it. And I recently resurfaced it. And then now it's my current theme again. I went through some changes, but... So this is what my blog looks like on Tumblr. And it's so sick. It's got elements of the UI, and if you click social, it just takes you to all the stupid social links that I have. Oh, that's so funny. The system preference thinks I prefer light theme because of this browser that I'm using. Anyway, just wanted to point that out. You wrote for Zunited briefly. That's amazing. Do you know who Jared Marino is? I don't know if he went by that name back then, but that's obviously his real name. I'm pretty sure I heard about Zune through Sebastian since he didn't like iPods. Oh, yeah. It could have been through that. Yeah, so we had a German exchange student who's an awesome friend now, who we keep up with all these years later, and he was very discerning and selective when it came to tech that he liked and that he used, and he was not an Apple fan. I remember he told us about Firefox, and so that's why we ended up switching from Internet Explorer to Firefox. It didn't do MP4s though. It played a lot of AMV files, and I was very confused when I looked on YouTube for AMV files and found anime music videos. You had a 4K MP3 player? Wait, what? Seriously? The good old days. Oh yeah. I mean, they're not even that old. By tech standards, they're ancient, but it was just 2008 wasn't very long ago. I like Zune because it was cooler than iPod Video with straight edges and a bigger screen, sleeker. Oh yeah, same. Completely agree. On the ring generator, long text, sorry. Okay, yeah, so earlier I asked about Worm's website. This website here. So ring generator. So Microsoft would print these little emblems on devices they gave to the press. To the casual observer, it looks decorative, but it's actually a serial number type thing for ID purposes, I assume for catching leakers. Since there are 12 distinct ring pieces, it can be represented as 3 hex digits. On the ring generator, you can put 3 hex digits into the URL to generate different ring emblems. Whoa, really? Oh, I meant to do an 8 there. No, am I doing it wrong? EA3. Whoa. That's really cool. What on earth? That's so cool. Thank you for the background on that, Worm. You've always hated Apple software. I think Apple software's gotten better. I had a MacBook Pro in college, but I dual booted Windows because I think I had Snow Leopard at the time, and I was like, this is okay, but I kind of want Windows. So I put Windows 8, which was perfect timing because Windows 7 looked terrible on a lot of Mac hardware, but Windows 8 scaled much better. Definitely fair. On the current day, though, I'm a big fan of the way Apple software looks. Yeah, that's fair. They've improved it quite a bit. Microsoft had their own dope QR code. Yeah, apparently. How is this the same company responsible for Windows 10 and 11 admin panel interfaces? I know. It's so funny. Microsoft is so big and disorganized that they have so much great design, so much great potential and stuff that they've worked on, but it gets buried. Like, if you look in Windows 11, they have the Fluent design language, which is awesome, but they still have some Metro in there. They still have Windows 95 icons in the OS. There's some Windows XP in there still. crazy. They have got settings and control panel. Like, it's kind of out of control. The iPod was initially competing with the Walkman. Yes, it slowly evolved from that until the iPhone turned it completely on its head. Yeah. Yeah, the Walkman was a big deal as well. But Walkman was a little before I was on the market looking for something like that. I haven't managed and downloaded music outside of Spotify in years. That's so funny. In terms of music, though, I just use Spotify music, buy music physically. Yeah, I still maintain a digital library. Like, this is my music library. Like, this is all the Smash stuff. This was 2,000 albums, 800 artists, 20,000-ish songs. I still maintain this. That's why it's pretty much all of it. It's got album art. And, like, a lot of these songs are just, like, Korean, like, K-pop titles that, like, through reinstallations of Windows have lost its name over time. But pretty much things are named properly. The vast majority. Probably, like, a few hundred are goofy out of the 20,000. Miss my green iPod Nano? Yeah, hey, if you guys have your old classic MP3 players, dig them up because they're just fun to play. Yeah, keeping 10 songs. So crazy. Old iPod UI looks the way early 2000s music videos felt. Do you really feel that way? Spotify kind of embodies Gaben's statement on piracy. Gaben, I'm not familiar with Gaben. What's Gaben's statement on piracy? Spotify's going to crash and burn. Oh yeah, Zune's coming back, and Spotify's going to die. Definitely. By the time David catches up on chat, Zune will be resurrected. When you get me on these rabbit trails, man. Oh, one of my coworkers got you sick. I'm sorry to hear that, Stanley. One of your coworkers got you sick. I assume that you lost your voice from like yelling or singing or something. So being sick sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Xbox 360 era was Microsoft's golden age. Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. Because Xbox One was like the beginning of the end for Windows Phone, which is the thing that I think was the kind of their magnum opus. And Xbox 360 began... First off, Xbox 360 was just a big success, but also that came out in 2005 and Zune was in 2006. And then Windows Phone was pretty much over in 2016. But it started dying probably late 2014, early 2015 when they bought Nokia's hardware division. Space is a big Vista fan. The name Jared sounds familiar, but it was so long ago. Yeah, fair enough. It's easier to say Windows XP than Windows 7 were bookends for the golden age. Yeah. Yes. Although I actually liked Windows 8 as well. But I know many did not. Firefox goated. Oh, big fan of Firefox. Decided to play Dark and Darker. This is David respond comments from 6 minutes ago. You guys were predicting correctly. I promise I'll get caught up on chat here. I posted my 2 devices with the ID rings in the IRL Photos channel. Awesome. Thanks for joining the Discord, Worm. I appreciate it. I use this to draw circles instead of Adobe Illustrator. Mac's Office apps are kind of lame. Oh, yeah. That's so funny. My dad struggled with Pages. I don't think he's a fan of... It could just be because he's used to Microsoft Office, but the Mac's, like, Apple's suite of productivity software is just kind of not what comes naturally to him. Check out the Zune originals too. We got some pretty awesome designs. Press photos. Oh, now we're talking. I love these renders. Looks so good. It's funny this doesn't include much about the HD. It seems to focus on just focus on the 2nd gen, which is interesting. Should I upgrade to Windows 11 from 10? I don't. There's not really a reason to be honest. I have Windows 11 on my laptop. It's fine. It's basically just Windows 10. Guys, a bunch of open-ended questions faster than... No, don't ask a bunch of questions. I'm trying to catch up here, Space. Dave, what do you think is the most important element that came out of Metro? Oh, that's such a good idea. The focus on content, not Chrome. That's what I would say. Metro UI. I think the Wikipedia page for it. It has like that manifesto. I'm trying to find the... Okay, here it is. I guess this isn't exactly what I was thinking of, but like the philosophy behind Metro UI. I wish I could find the full resolution image of this. It's going to be really crunchy resolution, but it's modern and clean. It's fast in motion. It's about content and typography, and it's entirely authentic. There are a few like tenets of Metro UI that I think gave it the timeless quality. Because like at the time, skeuomorphism, I completely butchered the spelling of that. Even Google doesn't know what I'm trying to say. Here he is. Skeuomorphism was the design at the time. It's just aged so poorly in so many ways. There's a few ways where it's been done really well. And of course it's got that nostalgic feel for those that grew up with it when this was like the first design of their device. But like on the right you can see skeuomorphism, and on the right you can see a more flat design. And like the gloss, some people like the gloss and stuff, but I just think like the material stuff looks really like hokey. So moving away from that I think was overall a good move. Although I would argue you can make skeuomorphism work. Come on, this just looks so much cooler. Again, I wish they were larger res, but like this is so cool. And it's way more practical too. That's the thing. It's like it's more beautiful. It's more like from a presentation standpoint, it looks better, but it's also just more functional. And that's like one of the tenets of Metro was it was digitally authentic. So it wasn't trying to like force things that didn't make sense in a digital environment. The original Surface table. Interesting concept, but not much beyond that. Predestination. Basically, predestination is biblical whether or not you believe in it. It is the truth. And if you want to think about it in terms of do we have free will, we do, but not in a way that can supersede God's plan. If I think it's a big deal, if you think it's a big deal, it probably isn't a salvific issue. But to summarize the whole debate, you might act and live and behave as if you're an Arminian, but theologically come to an understanding of God's omniscience as a Calvinist. I don't think I've ever bought a song in my life. It blew my mind when my friends would spend $10 on an album. That's hilarious, Esther. I've probably spent some money on music, but not very much. And a lot of it was actually CDs. But like in terms of like digital stores like iTunes and stuff, like almost nothing. I think I have some music from Camelot on Amazon Music because I bought a record, and it just came with the digital downloads. Never had an MP3 player, but my cousins had one. Do you remember which MP3 player it was, Stanley? Oh, Gabe Newell. Oh, Steam Gabe Newell. Got it. Thank you. I saw on Twitter the other day that a firm was filing a civil lawsuit claiming that Steam had a legal monopoly on the PC gaming market. That's stupid. When did downloading YouTube videos to MP3 start? Oh man, pretty much as soon as YouTube became mainstream, like 2006, 2007. I had a guide on my YouTube channel from late 2000s on how to do that. So if you'll stop typing for a bit, David will catch up much faster. I'm almost caught up, you guys. ZuneZone.wave. Windows 11's alright. I agree, Stanley. Flat is just better in general. I have been fully flat theme and icons for years now. Yeah. It's just more practical. And like, I honestly like form and function over... Sorry, function over form, I think is what I'm trying to say. But it ends up being that like a more minimal interface that just sticks to the details is just more pleasing. I don't know. So, fun fact, I actually, I'm going to cover the elephant for a second here. I actually have a Metro UI documentary in the works. And just for fun, because you guys seem to care about Metro more than my average viewer, I'm going to show you something that has never been released publicly before. And it's some of the concepts that the internal teams at Microsoft were playing around with. And these were all mocked up in After Effects. So here's one. Does it say when this file was created? What year? Okay, this says 2012, but it's not early enough for that, so I'm sure it's earlier than this. It's probably just got copied with a new timestamp. But like this was a concept for like someone's profile. And Zune Mix. This was a feature that actually got added eventually to Zune, which was called Mix View, I think. Yeah, Zune Mix View. And then this was the concept for the now playing screen. This happened on this actually happens on Zune HD. So if you start a song, actually let's start a song here. So if I leave this on long enough to be idle, and I leave the display on, let's see if it does it. I can't remember if I have set it turned on or off, but it should. After like 30 seconds, it should like change to that view. Or maybe it only does that if it's plugged in. You know what? That's probably what it is. Yeah, I think it doesn't do it unless it's plugged in and charging. I think that's right. So anyway. So that's pretty fun. It's Ed Sheeran. Oh. Surprise. But man, there's so much that goes into the interface and the design and like the function. Here we have something called Zune Naming Convention. I don't actually remember what this is. Some kind of style document. Microsoft never created a cleaner naming system for Zune devices for the public to go by. This is left up to the fans. Internally at Microsoft, the original 2006 devices were referred to as the Zune 1. The 2007-2008 devices are referred to as Zune 2. And the 2009-2010 Zune devices are known as Zune 3. Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3. It is possible to change the HDD of a Zune to upgrade or downgrade the storage amount, but it's not possible to do the equivalent to a Zune with flash memory storage. Interesting. As part of that, of the crowd that checked out when Microsoft introduced hamburger menus to the UI toolkit, yeah. I remember that. That was so controversial. Yeah, no. Worm, I 100% remember that. They stopped incorporating the charms bar and like the UI along the bottom, and they started doing hamburger menus. Yeah. Related to predestination, I think Romans 9 is beneficial to consider for those who are unsure. Agreed. A good example of skeuomorphism would be Reason, the digital audio workstation, as it give new musicians a good idea of how various audio production hardware works, even if they don't have the real version of the hardware. Yeah, that's an example of good skeuomorphism. I agree. The only way I ever got music, all my MP3s via sketchy YouTube-2mp3.net type websites. Yeah, I did that as well. I would find a random website though that would host MP3s, that you could just search a song and download MP3, but I would sometimes do YouTube downloaders as well. My man. I'm glad you like that response, Ethan. Let's turn it into sub-only chat. Nah, I want to include everyone. Hamburger menus are just junk drawers. Well said. Well said. I imagine Zune HD was part of the first wave of devices where Flash was soldered on. Yes. You know what's funny is, actually this is kind of tragic. I accidentally left my Zune HD in my pocket and I put my pants through the washer and dryer. And when I took this out, it didn't turn on anymore. So I ordered a replacement battery. I actually disassembled the back. And then my dad helped me solder on the new battery. And now it works. Good as new. You would never know it went through the washer and the dryer. Actually insane that I did that. I haven't done that with any of my devices. Then my other Zune HD actually was for prom night. I put this in the top pocket that I had, and I bent over to open my car trunk, and it fell out and it landed on the concrete, and now there's a crack along the front. I was devastated. Devastated. So one of my HDs went through the washer and dryer, and one was dropped, and I never drop my devices. So my favorite devices have each been brutally abused. But despite that, they both function and they work. So, emote only chat. Yeah, sure. Now I want a hamburger. I'm a professional comedian. Please donate to my Patreon. So relatable. I bet all this hamburger talk, hamburger menu talk is making people hungry. Wow, that's a really good joke. If you guys want to use something like that, please make sure and link to Donnie's website, aquickthought.xyz, and pay all royalties to that address. Thank you. Josh's takeaway: girls are too dangerous for Zune. Yeah, insane asylum. Yeah, can you get a space, please? Thanks. Oh, I like that a lot. I'm sorry I had a horrible day at prom. What happened? Well, I dropped my Zune. Also, I forgot how I got these images. I think they're part of the Windows Phone. Oh, I know what it is. There was a Windows Phone sync software for Mac, and I opened the file and it had all the different colored Zune HDs in it as PNGs. So I just saved them because I'm a dork like that. And these are all the original artists that make all the Zune Originals artwork. I always thought it was so cool that they incorporated like artists' work and like self-expression and creativity into all this stuff. Oh, what? This naming convention is not official. Or maybe it is, and then he just added his own content onto it. Why to buy a Zune V3? This is basically a spec sheet. Oh, I love like marketing material like this. It's so cool. Zune early visual concepts. Here's some more things that have not been seen by the public before that you guys will enjoy. In proper PowerPoint format. Let's see if this gives me a date here. Details. Okay, 2006. Date created 2006. And it has the authors of the names of the people that worked on it. So these are concepts. Oh, this is awesome. I wonder if these are like full resolution if I were to save these. So that could be interesting. Look at this. So here's an XP screenshot, it looks like. Let's actually switch these two. And we have an early concept of the Zune software. How awesome. Those artist backgrounds were so sick. Oh yeah, I totally agree. No yellow. I guess there wasn't a yellow option. What a grind another day from. So originally along the top, they'd be like this. That mock-up looks better than the V1 desktop software. I agree. But yeah, this looks so good. Of course, the Zune software never looked like this, but this was clearly the inspiration. Anyway, my documentary, I do want to get to it eventually. It's going to cover all this stuff. I have interviews from people that worked on Zune and all the design stuff, and Metro in general. So here you have comparing the Zune software currently to iTunes and Windows Media Player, which is fascinating. So this is what the Zune software looked like at the time, and they wanted to elevate this. It was kind of a reskin of Windows Media Player. And then they did this, which was such a big upgrade. So they upgraded this deck in 2008, so now they've got Vista, and they've got, like, I think that's the 2.0 software, which looks so much better. Like, this still looks great by current design standards, in my opinion. And then now we're looking at, like, the device UI. V1 is basically, yeah, exactly. Zune earbuds were also first great earbuds. Yep. No yellow means no minion, and then, oh, gosh dang it, Grant. Make a Zune video. Can it be, the title just be called Zune? Maybe. Although I don't know that that would bode well in a SEO environment. So what's funny is you can see. I remember the original software on this device. It was more like what you see. Oh, I need to hide this. It's more like what you see here originally, and then they changed to something that's more like here. But obviously, they changed extras and community to be social. Here are all the concepts. Okay, here we go. So on the left was the original idea, I think. The middle was the original 1.0 software, and the right was what they ended up using for 2.0. Bottom left? Oh, really? Oh, you meant this. You meant this. Yeah. Bottom left is closer. Yeah, and here's the actual ones. Yeah. Like direct comparison. Like come on. This looks so dated compared to this. Now, it's not like I don't like the idea of icons, because obviously with a tiled Metro look like this. Whoa, did my camera go away? Oh my gosh, my camera turned off. The heck? I guess my camera's too warm. Wow, what the heck? This has not happened to me in a long time. Yeah, that's too bad. Sometimes my mirrorless overheats. I can try my other webcam. All right, let's try this other webcam and see if it works. You know what? Did I disable? I think yeah, okay. Let me activate it. Okay. All right. We'll use this for now. Oh, it's kind of pointing too far down. That's, well, it has two. Still not quite right. How's that? I can't get the balance right. Uh. Sure, that works. Do not click fake URL. Zune brand guidelines.pdf is a good Google search. Ooh, I should do that. I will definitely do that. So that was a fun little deep dive. And I actually have interviews from... like, I have actual interviews I recorded from my conversations with the people that worked on these products. So eventually I do want to share them with you. So let's do our Google search. Zune brand guidelines dot PDF. Okay. I like this. Yeah, Bill Gates had so much to do with Zune. Okay, this is awesome. Thank you so much. I am saving this to my project. Oh, I already have it saved. I wonder if it's a different version. Let me see if I... Oh, you know what? I already had it saved. Yeah, I already had it saved. But yeah, it's super good. I'm like, this looks familiar. Got a dip for now. All right, Josh. Sweet. Thanks for hanging out while you're at work. See you in a bit, hopefully. I'm going to get David to switch to Zalmanad. I don't know what that is. Hey, Mike. Real. How's it going? Keep in mind, I'm assuming the Zune didn't have a touchscreen. Well, the newer Zunes do have a touchscreen. The Zune HD. This is a touchscreen device. And it just looks super good for the time. I forgot that music is still playing on my Zune, so I'm going to pause it so it's not randomly playing music. Zune is the personalized entertainment network that ignites rich connections between your digital media and social circle through innovative devices, software, and services. Zune inspires connections. That sounded both active and fun while suggesting an associated with music and technology. I also love this gradient. They use this orange to purpley pink gradient. Independent in spirit. Pounder, we're honest. Integrity, amusing, thoughtful, friendly, positive, and respectful, smart, and sophisticated. Be authentic to the space. Music, not content. Find, not navigate to. Song, not file. Replace, not overwrite. Update your Zune, not download firmware. Yeah, download firmware is so cold and not warm. The icon/badges page is my favorite. Badges were sick. Technologic, human nature. I love the word mark stuff a lot. Orangenta, Zune's signature gradient. I used to put this gradient on everything because I was such a fan of it. Color palette proportion. I love Sego. They eventually made a version called Zago with a Z that was Zune specific. I don't know why it's not in here actually. I thought Zago would have been in here. Brand and action. Yeah, motion was a big part of the design, which really influenced Metro as well. Looks like a delicious blended cocktail. Oh, that's a really good point. Or like a melted, like like raspberry creamsicle popsicle or something. Zune.net, ZuneOriginals.net, Zune-Arts.net. What? Okay, these are sick. I forgot there are these badges. You could even see early Metro in here too, through the iconography. Zune LA, luxury craftsmanship. Come on, these brand guidelines are sick. I want to preserve this design somewhere. I want to think of a good way to do that. Oh, that was lovely. Thank you for thinking of the brand guidelines. Also, good job to Cargo Collective for putting this together. Ramiro Torres. Ronaldo Ramirez. Zune and Zune HD manuals. We clearly need this. I probably already have this downloaded, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I have this saved already, but yeah, I have it saved already. Okay. So here's the old Zune.net. Even though this is a pretty modern Zune card. I want a Zune social Zune card, like, resurgence. Yeah, that's the quick start poster thing, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so next for look at all these anime girls. I think it'd be fun next to kind of talk about some of the websites that have been preserved. Like they're new websites, but they're inspired by old ones. And I find that very fun. Actually, yeah. So one such website is called Space Hey. It's obviously a MySpace clone, and it's a very faithful clone too. So if I were to go to edit my profile, you got all these fields and stuff, and you can actually add HTML and stuff. So if you go to your page, you can see mine's very wacky and fun and unique and different. And check it out. I got Clippy here for you. Just watching you the whole time. You have pretty much complete customization of your page. You can change the colors. I added this banner. It's so cool. And there's people on here in the groups and the forums and stuff making their own profiles and their own designs, and it's all active and current and happening now. That's what's so fun about it. And it just I don't know. It's hard to describe how much fun it is to just be in this space again, feeling like you had more control over your profiles and stuff. Because right now everything looks the same. I also found an old like Twitter clone. Oh. It's basically Twitter from 2007 or 2009 or I think maybe 2008. And then you also have YouTube from like around the same time as well. Not quite, maybe 2006, 2007. So naturally, I had to use my VMware instance to use Windows Movie Maker, and I actually edited a video in Windows Movie Maker and added these titles and stuff for a video that I took in 2010. And so you watch awesome videos like how to install the Zune theme on Windows XP. Very good watch. I do recommend it. Hey guys, today I'm going to show you So it's a tutorial for how to install the Zune theme. Well, I didn't need that tutorial because I already had it installed. Unregistered Hypercam 2, exactly. So speaking of that Zune theme, we gotta check out the Zune theme for Windows XP. It was basically like the closest thing XP had to a dark theme. So here it is. And by the way, Windows Media Center, which I think was a 2002 project, if I remember correctly. Oh no, what happened? I used to be able to run this. Alright, there we go. I don't know why that happened. So this was kind of like the pre-Zune Zune. My computer's not liking this right now, though. Do I have Media Center on this computer? I thought I did. I don't know why I don't, but anyway. I don't know why it's being so slow. It's like freezing up a lot. Could be because I'm streaming. The music doesn't come through very well, but yeah, the Media Center was kind of like pre-Zune in terms of like the design inspiration and like how all the media fit together and stuff. It's so funny to me that we still have like control panel and stuff. So here's control panel from back then. Here's control panel now. At least with the old control panel, I could change it to dark theme. There's no dark theme option on modern control panel. Oh, that's ironic. Switch to classic view. Well, what's classic view? It's probably, yeah, it's this view. Okay. The category view is so much more modern. So yeah, I'll go back to suspending this. But by the way, virtual machines are fantastic. I totally recommend setting up a virtual machine just to use older versions of like software and stuff. It's very fun. There's also web versions of things. Like this is a web version of MS Paint from like Windows 98 or whatever. And it's fully functional. It works exactly like what what was in Windows. It's actually kind of crazy. I love how they communicate transparency with these icons. It's pretty smart, actually. Because I remember, like, learning about transparency as a kid. Like, not knowing what it was called, but, like, learning about it through, like, just that icon. So I knew, like, for example, if white was defined as the background, and you drew a circle, and then you drew another circle, you could move this, but if you didn't want to cover it, you just change it to this option, like, oh, look at that, transparency. And of course, you couldn't save images in that transparency or anything, but you could at least make it work in the Microsoft Paint editor. So anyway. So I think now it's time to play some RuneScape. I think that's the next thing to do. So let me log on to, you know, the very current RuneScape servers that are this year, 2008. And we will transition to the sights, sounds of RuneScape. Gotta have the music. Okay. It's fine. Did I turn music off? I must have. Wow, this is spooky. Oh, here we go. Music player. Okay. Okay, so now it's based on the area. So I don't have random. So you can search. How about sea shanty too? What are these red ones? Are these ones I can't play? This isn't quite the right music though for the area that I'm in. Maybe this can play when I'm near music, or when I'm near the shore, but not currently. Hey Esper, what's going on? Good to see you as well. We're pretending like it's 2008. I just did a Microsoft Zune unboxing, and we discussed things of yesteryear, and it's been a great stream so far. It's good to have you here. Attack guard, level 22. What level am I? I'm only level 25. Okay. Let's find a bank, because I don't feel confident fighting while I have all this valuable stuff on me. Look, the bank's right here. Oh, here's a question. Can you guys see the pin that I type in? I should probably turn my screen off. Boy. I don't even remember what my pin is. Uh-oh. Okay. I think I know what it is. We're in. We are in. Alright, so I'm gonna deposit anything that's remotely valuable. What I used to do is I used to, like wear cheaper armor and stuff. If I wanted to fight. So I think I will do that now. Oh, there's like a divider here. What the heck? Oh, that's right. And you can do like sets. I forgot about that too. That's pretty awesome. So now I can wear just more plain things. And not worry as much about like losing something important. Because steel is not as important as what I currently have, which is mithril, which I think is more powerful. So now I can just wear this armor. And then I might as well deposit my money too. Now I can fight some people. And if I die, it won't be a big deal. Sort of, although I will try not to die. Heck yeah. Because you know what they say about RuneScape? It's the most interesting gameplay ever. And takes the most amount of skill ever. What the heck? He hasn't hit me once. This is my first hit. He dimed. Can you guys even read this? It's probably so small. Wow, the town crier seems really important. What if my attack? Oh, I'm doing slash strength. Okay. Oh man, I'm dying. Am I gonna die first, or is he gonna die first? Uh-oh. I don't want to die. So can I just literally run away and then I don't... Look at all these sardines I have I could probably eat. Do I know how much health I have? I can't... There's so much about this game I don't remember. You're not wearing glasses right now? Oh. Well, if I zoom in, maybe it's a bit easier to read. Maybe here. Okay, here we go. I have 11 hit points. Okay, so let's eat more. And of course, I realize you can't look at my inventory because my webcam's in the way. So maybe I'll put myself up here so you can see a little bit more. Wait, plus 0? Oh, I see. Okay, so now I have max hit points again. So now I can try to fight people. But I feel like fighting people around the 25 level is good, right? Here, I'll get you in on the action more. Actually, wait, can I can zoom in, right? Yeah. Look at these exciting visuals. I'm just getting beamed. Most zoomed in as possible. This, by the way, I recommend this little macro here to like zoom in on the screen. It's really, really nice in a pinch to show details on stream without like having to adjust a bunch of stuff. I'll take the arrows. A single arrow, I guess. I think this game came out in 2001. It's a free game for PC, and then they did RuneScape 3. I almost said Zune. RuneScape 3, I think 2010 or something like that, and by that time I kind of stopped playing. But then in 2013, they brought back the original, well, not original, the Zune 2, RuneScape 2, which is what you're seeing here, in the form of old school RuneScape, which is how you can play it today. Oh, heck yeah. I increased a level. Let's go. But yeah, it's very grindy. I'm probably not even like... I'm not even like, you know... fighting in an optimal way to get the most experience or whatever, but I used to play it for the social aspect a lot. Yeah, this game's definitely from 2001. And see, it was free and accessible was the idea behind it. But it's so memeable. And also, it would never be played in widescreen like this. This is definitely like a modern, like, improvement. But, I mean, lots of people still play this game. Like, it's crazy. I actually don't know the exact numbers, but if I had to guess, I think this is more popular even than the newer RuneScape. Like the current one. Also, you'll see all these accounts, like, running around that are the default skin. Which is so funny to me. Oh, heck yeah. I got some iron ore. Let's go. Yeah, it has a super active community. Like, you could just say anything like, "What's up, guys?" And, like, it used to be... Before, like, there's a lot of bots and stuff that have kind of taken over it. Where you can do, like, macros to automate a lot of stuff. And that's technically banned. But people do it anyways. The kind of thrilling part about this game is going into the wilderness. That's pretty exciting. It's fun just to run in there and like, because what you can do is that's where the PvP happens, where you can actually fight other players and stuff, which is cool. So, hey, how's it going, Danny Saurus? Thank you so much for the follow and for joining the stream. I know I haven't streamed in a bit, so it's good to see you in chat. How's it going, Danny? Oh, my audio and my webcam are not matching. Thank you for noticing that. Let me investigate that a little bit. Let's see. Advanced audio properties. Let's see why that might be. Okay, this is because there is no delay applied. So I will add that delay. 128. All right. How about now? Oh, it looks more delayed, actually. Your Smack Studio character's been taking a while. What's your next project? What character are you working on? So is the audio lining up better? What do you say, Esper? Like, does it seem in sync or does it still seem delayed? And can you detect if the sound is first or if the visual is first when I clap? That's funny. I can see on the audio mixer. Seems like the sound is coming later. That's so weird. I've added the delay to the webcam. So in theory it should be... Alright, yeah, please refresh. Thank you. But thank you for noticing that. I actually added some delay just now, so let me know if that fixed anything. Otherwise, I can change it back to how it was. A handy source of water. I'm sure that has to do with a quest. Again, testing 1, 2, 3 on that audio mixing. I'm surprised I didn't have this set up with the delay being in sync. But yeah, keep hacking away, man. It seems good. Awesome. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you checking on my behalf. He died. Oh, this guy was fighting earlier. Thanks, Stanley. Much appreciation. So many people played this back in like 2008. It was crazy. David V bot is the best dad joke bot ever. Oh, welcome back to chat, back. Wait, that's... Oh, heck yeah. My strength's level 24 now. Oh, heck yeah. My combat increased too. Let's go. That's weird. It should say, welcome back to chat, the gaming Esper. So that worked. So whenever someone says I'm back, it should say your name, but for some reason it said, welcome back to chat, back. I don't know why it's doing that. It's not intentionally being like dumb. Welcome back to chat. Back? Or Charles. I could just say your name. That's super weird. I wonder if it's in here. Huh. Bot broke. Sorry guys, bot broke. Oh wow, it shows you the health of the person up here. That's pretty cool. Dang, he stabbed me. My goal is to increase my strength. My strength. And if I use a two-handed sword, I could probably even more consistently deliver blows of higher damage. But I wouldn't be able to block as much. I do have water, yes. Thank you for checking, my love. Definitely attacking this guard next. Actually, I want to change to my two-handed sword first. Damned. I guess that's a good point. The bot is acting like a bot. Gotta deposit all these runes. So, withdraw steel two-handed sword. Looks like my fishing was kind of up too. That's pretty interesting. I had a harpoon. I gotta kill this imp. The imp died. Wait, oh, I don't have enough inventory space because of all these sardines. Oh, I meant to switch my weapon first. Ooh, I dealt a blow of 5. Whoa, that's big damage. What's up, Zug? How are you, man? It's nice to have that backup webcam because it sucks that this, like, the camera overheats so much. Wow, it actually does feel pretty warm. But it's not even that warm in this room, so don't know why it got so hot. You love the arrows from point blank range. I know. This is I'm definitely you're supposed to fight like over fences and stuff when you have a arrow like that. A bow and arrow. And he has no shield, so it's like I have a two-handed weapon, so I just have an unfair advantage, even though they're only a few levels lower than me. I guess that was a pretty big blow, but... Oh, wow. That was a damage of 4. The thing is, if you die in this game, I think you only keep 3 items, and that includes what you're wearing. So I would lose all these items, and it would keep the most valuable. So I'd probably keep my plate body and like the plate legs and maybe the sword or my helmet. I don't know which one's more valuable. So you die in real life, yeah. Definitely. That's why I'm so stressed right now. Cause man, what would happen if I died in the game? I love the animations, they're so derpy. I mean, even like 2001 standards, this game looked pretty derpy, but didn't matter because everything was on a 480 screen. You couldn't see anything anyways. Who would click stop stream? What do you mean by that, Worm? What's up, Ethan? I don't understand that language. I just gotta murder this imp. Wow, he's outrunning me. How embarrassing. This level 2 imp is actually like putting up a fight here. Nice, I have all this useless junk now. But I can't help myself. If somebody drops something, I feel like I have to pick it up. Darn, I tried to pour water on my opponent's head, but it didn't work. Oh, if you died at IRL, I mean. Who would click stop stream? My wife probably. She'd be like, well, that probably wouldn't be the first thing on her mind. She'd probably be like, wow, what the heck? My husband's dead. That's not very chill. Or a real pog in any sense of the word. She'd probably think about that. Maybe get me to the hospital to see if like I could, you know, come back to life somehow. Or she'd just give up and cry. It's very sad to think about, actually. But at some point, it's likely she would have the stream, turn off the stream, because she knows how to use OBS, and she might stop the stream at that time. Yeah, you're so right, Esther. There are strange things happening in the Eastern Desert, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. But I can't recall why I know about that. Some subliminal message that's been going on. David's dead, kind of cringe. Yeah, I have a stream on in the background to boost those Twitch stats. Oh, I see. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that, Ethan. Oh yeah, that would be anti-Pog. Her first thought would be, the show must go on. Yeah, not sure about that one, actually. Don't feel like that would be her first thought, but hey, you seem like a very perceptive person, Worm, so I would hate to contradict your assertions there. I can hear you in your room talking, and then I get to wait 10 seconds to hear it on my PC. Oh my gosh. You're implying as if I talk loudly, Esther, and we know that's not true. Okay, this Zune Lite client is actually amazing. It shows you how close you are to the next level. We did not have any kinds of these luxuries back in my day. But now you can see actually how close you are to the next level on this little handy bar. I'm sure you could technically see it somewhere in these goofy settings. Yeah, you could. You just hover over this, and it actually gives you the number. But this handy visual bar chart is just so much more appealing. It's best to target people that have long-range weapons up close, and then make sure that they don't have a way to defend themselves. That's the best tactic to gain levels quickly. Like this guy's got a close range weapon, but he does not have a shield. And two-handed swords do have a kind of defensive option. Like, you can block with them, but they're not great for defense, obviously. Look how close I am to the next strength level. When you're low level like this, you can gain levels pretty quickly, which is awesome. This derpy music. I'm so close to that next level. Oh my word, I'm probably like 1 or 2 away. Yeah, buddy. Level 25 in strength. Of course you can, my dear. I didn't realize so much time had passed already. I won't get scared if you come in. Hey, love.
Have fun.
Bye. Good luck in the interview. Oh, Worm says good luck as well.
Oh, thanks, Worm.
Nice. Now the question is, if I were to die in real life, who would turn off the stop stream button? Or who would click the button for that? What is this? Fiendish ashes. I can scatter fiendish ashes. I don't know what that does. I don't know what scattering these ashes does. Wow, 3. Alright, so let's sell the useless junk that I have. We'll sell this. We'll sell this. We'll sell this. Is there anything that we need? I don't think I need to buy anything from this. Whoa, the things I sold just disappeared. Holy cow. So I kind of want to see if kind of want to go to the wilderness, but I can't remember where anything is on this map. Okay, so I'm here near Falador, and the wilderness is up here. Ice Mountain. Okay, this is Varrock. This is where I spent most of my time. This is the Grand Exchange. Oh, I see. And then we have like quests and stuff. Slayer Master. Wow, that guy sounds serious. Level 72. Wow. That sounds tough. It'd be nice if you just click on something and it would like take you there. The other thing I could do is like chop down trees. Because that's a useful skill. Okay, so let's go back north. Go this way. Oh, that's right. It's actually better to look for like specific kinds of trees, because the harder trees to chop down are give you higher level experience. Would you guys believe me if I told you I paid money for a RuneScape guide when I was a kid? Because I was so desperate to make more money. Kind of cringe, but it is true. Wait, why did this respawn so fast? The heck? Is that normal? Oh, heck yeah. I'm just gaining all kinds of levels. I'm very confused why this is working. Like, what? Why are they respawning so fast? I don't understand. Like, this one is not respawning for a while, about the amount that I expect. This one, like, respawns right away. It's super weird. Oh my goodness, I have so much Zune stuff on my desk now. I never shut off this this Zune HD box I still have. It's got this cool branding stuff on the back too. Oh heck yeah. 2 levels in one sitting. Let's go. My inventory is too full. I have a fire near this, like, near these trees is not a problem at all. Yeah, how many Zunes do you have, actually, Worm? I'm curious. You seem like a true Zune fan. Now we're talking. And of the Zunes you have, what kind of Zunes do you have? Oh my gosh, Annie, thanks for the sub. 38 months.
That's a lot of months.
Sure is. Thank you so much for the resub. How are you doing, Annie? Hopefully you're doing well. It's fun to see everyone coming back for the stream. I don't think the hype button works anymore, but I will try it again. Let's see, where is the hype button? Maybe we gotten rid of the hype button. So if I type it in, what happens? Oh, the hype button does work if I type it in. Interesting. Do I need to turn the dancing elephant back on? I think I might need to do that. Hey, how's it going, McDonald's? It's not melee, but it's pretty close, if you know what I'm saying. This is basically PC melee. Am I right? How's your day going, McDonald's? Anything new? Anything new going on in your life? Sweet. I'm glad you're doing well. Yeah, I'm currently looking for a new job. I'm on the job hunt, so I've been applying to places. I think yesterday I applied to 50 different places. Customized cover letter for each, of course. That is best practice. It was kind of exhausting, not gonna lie. There's something cathartic and relaxing about playing this game, even though it's like, you know, pretty sloggy when it comes to just like grinding for upgraded levels. It gives me plenty of opportunity to read chat and just kind of, it's a nice background thing. I originally wanted more of this stream to be like some web dev stuff, but honestly, I'm just enjoying like this activity and chatting with you guys. Oh, please notice the Zune comment above. Thank you for calling that out. I counted 13 Zunes, 4 Windows Phone, 7 handsets, and akin to. That's awesome, Worm. That's freaking outstanding. Which Windows Phone 7 devices do you have? I'm glad you're doing well, Annie. Glad to hear that. And also, once you're done telling me about what kind of Windows Phone devices you have, I want to know what kind of Zune devices you have. I have a decent collection of Windows Phone devices as well. Let me pop on over to... Hopefully I highlighted it. I don't remember if I did or not. My Windows Phone collection. Because most of the Windows phones that I have are actually Phone 8. I have a couple of Phone 7, but heck yeah. Can I get a new kind of tree now? All right, so I'm gonna go to. Oh, I clicked highlights already. It's gotta be in here somewhere. Oh, weird. Let's see, from David V. Kimball or Zune, I guess. Oh, actually, this is really sick. You'll appreciate this. Oh yeah, full inventory now. So my wife actually makes custom controllers, and so she made me a custom Zune Switch Pro controller. Isn't it awesome? So good. And I still use it as like my daily, well, the one I use the most often. HTC Arrive, awesome. Which was the one I actually used as a phone. I also have HTC Surround and a Cyan Nokia Lumia 900. That's incredible. I love those devices. I had the LG Quantum. That was my first Windows phone. It had that like awesome physical keyboard and stuff. Oh, and I found, that's funny. I found out, remember I was telling you where I had to like solder the battery to my Zune HD? I found that. Man, things are taking forever to load. The Arrive also had a physical keyboard. Awesome. That controller is so sick. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, she did a great job with it. Looks so good. And it has a great finish. So here's the inside of the Zune HD. This one, actually. This very one. This is me taking off. Like, here's the battery. It was all, like, squished and, like, warped from being in the washer and dryer. Here's the, presumably the motherboard. And here's the new soldering job that my dad did. And it works again. And then, so you can't see it, but down to the right of me is a little display. Here is my Zune and Windows Phone collection. It looks a little dusty, unfortunately, from this photo, but this device is in the dock currently. This is behind it. This is the Kin 1. This is the Zune 8. Then we have two HDs, a Lumia 900, a 920, a 930, or 928. I think it's a 928. Or I think it's 928. This is a Lumia 928. And this is Lumia 1020, Lumia 950, 950 XL, and then the 1520 back there. So. And then this is the Microsoft Band. This is also the camera grip for the 1020 that had the 41 megapixel camera. So. Also, I resubbed in public with the volume played louder than expected. The melee sound probably just played. Oh, really? So the melee sound probably just played out for some people. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, I'm full on my space again. What do you mean it played out for some people, Annie? Dang. Rip Commander Root. I had a 1020. I'm assuming you mean 1020 back, or 120 back in the day. But I have always preferred the matte black silver back of the Zune 80. Oh, I forgot they had slightly different designs. Oh, heck yeah. Love it. Yeah, I just like the larger storage of the 120 gig. I do pretty much fill it. So. I think it's super loud. LMO just caught me off guard. Oh, I see. Okay. Thanks for explaining. Sorry if it startled you. Yeah, maybe I could just make it a little bit quieter. Some time ago, I went through and I like kind of mastered all the audio, but could be due for an upgrade in that regard. Or an update, I should say. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Have you done any like Zune modding? Have you done like... Have you changed, like, have you put a solid state drive in one of these or something like that? Like, I saw people doing that on eBay. I think it's eBay. And it always seemed interesting, but I've never done it or, like, bought one myself. All right, so here's a question. If I go to... Oh, cool. It shows you what you can cut. So I'm level 22. And I'm... Whoa, I'm level 44 cooking? What the heck? Alright, so I'm level 19 wood cutting. So that means... I can... Oh, so you can do willow trees at 30. Okay, so I've got a ways to go. But oak trees are the most high level I can cut right now. I'm still rocking the mechanical drives. Nice. I am so surprised they still work. Like, it's kind of shocking to me. Oh, wait, I didn't favorite it. Heck yeah. I've also been tempted to pay for, like... I've been tempted to pay for... like RuneScape membership before, but never have. I'm pretty sure this is a bot, this person here. Because what they'll do is, like, you can create macros. And, like, macros will start mimicking human behavior, but then you can just set it up so, like, they click around and stuff for you. Heck yeah. It's good to be back on Twitch. I know it's been a while. But whenever, like, you take a big break, you have to, like, go into OBS and set up your stream deck and make sure everything still functions, because sometimes with updates it breaks stuff or, like, logs you out. You gotta validate credentials and all that stuff. So I'm happy that everything's still running and that the audio levels are still good and all that. My Zunes of note: Atomic Zune HD, awesome. Prototype Zune HD, what? Halo 3 30 gig, very nice. Gears of War 120, amazing. How does Zune 80 with Microsoft logo engraved on the back? What? That's awesome. You got some prized ones. I just have general normal ones. Nothing special. Congrats on having so many cool devices. I think if I had to pick a product that I love from Microsoft, it's probably Windows Phone more than any other product. But Zune's like right there. Might even be tied. Like it's so hard to pick. What's up, Sticks? Heck yeah, I play RuneScape. I played back in like 2008, 2007, 2006, but old school's where it's at. How the heck are you, dude? Dude, I saw you you paid for my cheap marketing course. That's awesome. Have you been able to like do anything with it yet? Do you play old school RuneScape? I presume that you do because you said that. Because you called it out by name. Sweet. I'm glad you're doing good. So glad you're doing well. You did buy it. Awesome. I was hyped when I saw that. God, oh, you're in LA? That sounds fun. What were you doing in LA? Also, if you have any questions, like if anything I went over was confusing or you're like, what? Or you just want to learn more about something, of course, reach out. I'm just thrilled that you bought it. Hopefully we'll get at least $20 worth of value out of it. Honestly, the thing that I think is the most valuable from the course is just learning about privacy.com and like the credit cards you can generate. So you never pay for free trials anymore. Really want to support and learn from your expertise? Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. But yeah, if you've ever done the thing where you started a free trial for something and then you accidentally paid for it because you forgot about it, you don't have to do that anymore with a service called privacy.com that I found out about. Yeah, level 21. I still compare all my smartphones to my old HTC Arrive. By far the best smartphone experience I've ever had. Yeah, Windows Phone 7 and Windows Phone 8 were so strong. Windows 10 Mobile was like okay. That's when it's definitely started to go downhill. Phone 8.1 was probably peak Windows Phone, though. Even Windows Phone 7.8 was really good. But 8.1, I think, takes the cake. It got Cortana, and Cortana was so good. Finally got to go back down there after the pandemic. Oh, your family used to go down there and escape the Canadian winter. Oh, wow. Cool. I'm so glad you got to go again. That's freaking awesome. Wait, what? How am I already almost at the next level already? When you're low level, it's so you gain new levels so quickly. Yeah, of course, of course. I really do mean that. Yeah, LA is awesome. Your whole family used to play RuneScape? What? That's awesome. That sounds like a great family activity. You have an account that's 17 years old? Let's see, that's... Wow, that's crazy. That's ancient. My main account got upgraded to RuneScape 3, which is like, I guess every account had to, but 2006 February, that's awesome. I guess my account, we are on the same age then, my main account. Let's see, if I open the if I open this launcher. Oh yeah, I have a, so I think oh wait, no, it'd be over here. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. You can play them both old and new, which is kind of weird, but yeah, I think mine was around 2006 as well. I think a few months after you, but your stepdad has 3 to 4 120s in RuneScape 3. Whoa. Top 1K on high scores. What? Are you serious? That's insane. So like what's your favorite what's your favorite version of RuneScape? Dirty Carl. Does not ring any bells. But that's still amazing. The carrier only offered one Windows Phone 8 handset and it was bad. Also, wasn't a fan of the switch from the first music app at Windows 8 to the newer Xbox Music One. Yeah, actually fair. Again, at that point, I didn't really use the music on Windows Phone because I had my Zune. I just kept using Zune, even while I had Windows Phone, because I love Zune so much. And I know, like, Windows Phone basically synced with Zune, but I liked having dedicated storage space just for music. So. My favorite era of RuneScape was before the evolution of combat update. Okay, I'm not that sophisticated. You gotta give me more plain English explanation of that. Is that RuneScape 2? Is that RuneScape 3? Okay. What made it your favorite? And what the change to the combat, how did that change the game in a way that wasn't as preferable to you? Also, Worm, do you remember which Windows Phone 8 handset was available on your carrier? Which one it was? Because I can't think of too many bad ones. I never tried like the HTC 8 or 8X or 8S. I tried most of the other ones. All the Lumia range was phenomenal. Yeah, more like WoW or Diablo. Oh, got it. Okay. Interesting. I wonder how you make it more like WoW and Diablo. Because in my head, in terms of MMORPGs, like they seem pretty similar to me. Oh, the Samsung Ativ Odyssey. What carrier did you have? Or do you have? I was thankful and grateful to be on AT&T, and I'm still on AT&T. Well, it used to be Singular, and then it changed to AT&T. When I got my first phone, my first smartphone, I had a slide out phone. It wasn't a flip phone. It had a keyboard and stuff for texting. I had the Pantech Matrix. I love that phone. It had a T9 and it had a full keyboard you could slide out. I uploaded a video of some of the issues back then. Oh, really? If you have the link to it, you should drop it in the creations channel in my Discord. Like the melee combat system is a bunch of abilities that do different things. You have an adrenaline bar to use abilities. It's a lot different. Oh, wow. That does sound a lot different. Holy cow. The melee combat system, I already read that. I had US Cellular. I switched several times since then. Oh. Huh. Because didn't Cellular just become AT&T? I could be wrong. Maybe my parents used to have Cellular and then they switched to AT&T, but I thought Cellular became AT&T. Or I could just be making that up. I don't really know. Like quite a bit of old school when it first came out, though. Yeah. Yeah, I just love old school. So I'm a huge fan of 2. I couldn't get into RuneScape 3. I don't know why. I was probably kind of like grown out of it, I guess, by that time. And I didn't have enough people around me that played it, I think. That's probably what it was. Oh, Singular. You're right. I'm thinking of Singular. Whatever had the little orange guy, the logo little orange guy. Maybe it was Singular. Okay. Hey, I'm getting it mixed up. But yeah, if you have a top player in your small town, Sticks, I can see why you'd stick with it. And if your whole family played it with you, I mean, again, how sick is that? The little music, the celebratory music. Yeah, it sure sounds like it. So many good memories. What? That's awesome. To be honest, I kind of wish my parents were a little bit more involved in like us playing games and stuff. My dad is the one who introduced us to Super Mario Brothers on NES that had Duck Hunt and stuff, and that was fun. And those were some good memories. And he also introduced us to Donkey Kong. But after that, like 64 forward, they kind of like never played with us. We'd like play with them sometimes if we convinced them to play with us on a family night, and also GameCube a little bit, and maybe Wii, but it was very rare. Like once every so months, few months maybe. Why am I making a bunch of fires? Because I am upgrading my what is it called literally? My fire making abilities, which if you get more sophisticated in fire making, you can burn longer lasting logs, and that's helpful if you want to cook meals like in the wild. And if I continue cutting down trees and getting wood, I can upgrade my wood cutting abilities, which will let me cut more sophisticated trees with better wood. So yeah. Oh, that's okay. It's not a big deal. It's just kind of a minor disappointment. My parents were fantastic, and they did like a crazy number of things right, and I'm eternally grateful for them. So I don't want to seem ungrateful. It's one of those things where, you know, in any relationship that you have, if you have someone close to you, you kind of wish they'd be into the same things that you're into. And that's not always a reality, right? You can't realistically expect everyone you love to be into the things that you're into, right? Like, that to me seems pretty reasonable. Sort of like if you love a certain genre of music and you're like, I need everyone to love this as much as me. Like, that's the feeling that I get, and you go, everyone likes the kind of music you like, and it's very strange, and you're setting yourself up for disappointment if you expect people to love it as much as you off the bat, at least. To be fair, RuneScape was, for us, like the main thing we played. Other than that, it was random games here and there. Right. That's so cool, though. Even having that is like very few families probably. Well, I say that, but it's probably changing with like the way things are changing, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say other than I feel like families now, there's a higher chance that there are more families that would have an experience like that where the whole family plays games together, because it's just part of the culture now more. Oh, the game's mad at me because I have a full inventory. Yeah, definitely. It's more mainstream. It's considered more of a family activity now, too. We're doing well. Esther's actually at a job interview right now. She should be back any minute, actually. So she's doing really well. I'm doing well as well, although I'm looking for a job, and that is not the most fun thing in the world. I've been telling chat. It's like I applied to 50 jobs yesterday. So that was kind of grueling, with a customized cover letter for each one. Yeah. Honestly, a couple weeks ago, I did 100 in one day. That was even crazier. I spent like 5 hours applying to jobs. My goal was 100, and I just didn't stop until I hit 100 jobs. And out of that, I got like 3 follow-ups for interviews, and the rest were rejections. Or I would say half of them were rejections, and then the other half of the remainder just never replied to me. Yeah. And every time they asked for a cover letter, it was always customized. It wasn't like a generic message. It was like relating my experience to the job and why I'd be a good fit. So, but I got some really interesting feedback today. Oh, okay. Mysterious old man. Okay. by mysterious old man. Oh, I got 640 coins. Nice. Thanks. To be totally honest with you, though, there's also something called Chat GPT that can do a lot of the heavy lifting for you, and then I would just edit the cover letter and paste it. So I did customize it for every job. Like, basically, I had a prompt in Chat GPT that says like, write a cover letter for this job. Be in the voice of this or whatever. Sound like this. Like I would do like sound like Jeffrey Bezos, like in the voice of Jeffrey Bezos. So it had like a certain style and tone. But then write a cover letter. Here's a resume of all my experience, and I would paste that in there. And then I would say, here's the exact job description of the job I'm applying for. Only bring in my experience as it relates specifically to the goals and to the like duties and responsibilities of the job. And then what I would do is I would take that and I would run it through something called GPT-0. And it's basically a detector to see, was ChatGPT used to write something? And I would make sure the score was always like 0% chance. Because if you write in the voice of someone else's voice, it like really helps it not be detected. So, oh, you posted the video? Awesome. I'll definitely look at it after this. Thanks for doing that, Worm. Yeah, thanks. There's some pretty good. You'll see me use ChatGPT a little bit in the course as well, because it's just so useful for so many things. It's crazy, actually. Oh, here's something fun that I made recently that you might enjoy, Sticks. Do you like my Netscape browser, by the way? Very real Netscape browser, see? It's definitely Netscape. And not a Firefox reskin. If I go to this website, and I go to shrines, I go to melee. The music's gonna conflict, but that's okay. I made an entirely in-browser stage selection or character selection screen in Melee. You just click and drag the token, and your cursor becomes the like little hand glove deal. And then if you click back, oh, that's funny. The video doesn't play. This video should be playing, but I turned off autoplay. So if I allow audio and video, and I refresh. See? So yeah, I just thought that was fun. Yeah. Like a lot of the coding for that, the JavaScript was written by ChatGPT. And I would say, hey, it looks like this. I'm currently having these problems, and it would troubleshoot it for me. It would write, like, it'd make changes and stuff. So, how long did it take to make? Probably 5 hours. 5 or 6 hours. Yeah, and that's with using ChatGPT. So, there's no practical, real reason that I made it. I just like thought it'd be fun, and I had an idea, and so, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, it still took a long time, but it would have taken way longer. Because again, you have AI at your disposal, and it knows everything. It's pretty stupid in some ways, though. So you have to like really, it's all in the prompt. You have to be really specific and relentless with the prompt, because it can overlook some details and give you bad information, which makes sense, right? Because it's a predictive language model. It's not actually smart. It doesn't actually have knowledge, you know. It just like looks at tokens and makes predictions and formulates sentences. Oops. I love how you can just stand on the fire and you don't take any damage. It's like, whatever. ChatGPT has been a nice resource for troubleshooting programming stuff. Oh yeah, I'm sure. It can point out some pretty obvious things that are obvious to it, but you miss. It's great. Are you a programmer, Worm? I'm just curious. So my goal currently is to get to level 30 of woodcutting. And then I can chop down yew, I believe. Yew trees. Biggie software dev. Oh, cool. Awesome. I really admire software developers. Yew tree hype? The latest project that I'm working on that you could maybe consider dev, but I mean, not really. I mean, I guess so. Maybe I'm not being fair enough to myself. Is this website. It's basically a place to, like, if people want to build their own, like, website, it's supposed to be, like, a place for that. So they can learn how to do it. So, like, I have a guide how to make a website. He says, like, do you want to make a retro-looking website or do you want to make a modern-looking website? If you click the retro website, it says, you know, you have two options. You can host it on NeoCities or you can host it on GitHub. Here's how you do work on NeoCities. Here's how it works on GitHub. Which one do you want to do? NeoCities is like easy mode, and it gives you like a bare bones HTML template, and then it says, oh, you can use this builder, which is actually really sick. And then you build, you like pick, I want a left sidebar, and I want a no header, and I want no footer, and I want no nav bar, or I want a nav bar, and then I actually do want a header. This is a tool made by somebody else, right? And then I want the header to be this big, or I want it to be this big, or whatever. I want a top bar, and then you click generate, and it provides all the code for you. And then if you use this skeleton here and just plop it in the middle, you got yourself a website. That's like a simple website. And then you can like customize it, and I explain how to do a little bit of that. And then have a whole personalizing section, which I haven't finished yet. And then I have like a theme toggle. It's like a tutorial basically for how to make a dark theme, light theme toggle. It'll detect the system's preference. Do you want light theme or dark theme? And then it will persist throughout your session if you have dark or light theme enabled, basically. And I'm going to give you a little blog of my experience. I replaced Google Analytics with Goat Counter, which is like a more privacy-oriented analytics tool. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I like it a lot. And right now, if you go to guides, you go to make a website, and you click modern website, it takes you to this guide that I made on how to like basically host your own website for free through Netlify and use your own domain name if you want. And it's actually part of the course that I made that Sticks in Chat bought recently. So Zune podcast was written before ChatGPT. Nice. So you get full credit for that one. So I'm on vacation now, and there's a relatively fancy restaurant called Kimball's Kitchen. Well, Carrie, I hope you enjoyed your stay there. Also, how's it going, man? It's good to see you. I guess I want to ask where you're vacationing to, because that might be a invasion of privacy, but I hope you're enjoying your vacation nonetheless. Yes, I did. I made this site. I've been on a kind of a kick lately with making websites. It's kind of, you can ask my wife, it's kind of been my latest addiction. Like really simple websites. Obviously, a lot of it's based on other people's work, so I can't take credit for all of it, but I just think it's so accessible now. Here's a silly website that I made. And like if you click, you can like sign a guest book if you want, like, and it's just kind of like the old web, right? It's like web from like 2008 and stuff, 2005, I'd even say. And I've got a Jesus dedicated shrine that has the whole Nicene Creed and my favorite hymns and all my favorite Bible verses and a bunch of videos on how to get into Christianity and apologetics resources. Then I've got one just for Bionicle. Here's a photo of my brother and I when we were very young with our Bionicles. This is from 2001. And then if you proceed, I uploaded a full replica of the original Bionicle website. So you have like all the Toa bios and stuff. You have the little trailer. Let's see, is it? I wonder if it like thinks it's a pop-up. It probably thinks it's a pop-up. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to do that. Wrong keyboard shortcut. My computer's freaking out. Thanks. I forgot what I was even doing. Oh yeah, that's right. I was trying to get the videos to play on this website. Oh, I'm dumb. I just didn't click this. Okay. So like you have like these old videos and stuff. I love these CGI videos. They're so cool. And I loved them as a kid. I thought they were the coolest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, dude. Me too. Like the 2001 CGI stuff, I just cannot get enough of it. It's so good. Yeah. Especially like the stuff that you find on like Silicon Graphics. Like I'm thinking like N64 era box art or like SNES, like think like Donkey Kong Country. I love all that stuff. I think it's so cool. North Carolina Outer Banks? Oh, nice. Okay. Well, enjoy your time. Sounds great. There are so many tools for static website generation that would have been a game changer back when I started in your dev, I'm sure. Yeah, there's so much. Like, I think about Netlify. What's the other one that everyone uses? Parcel. People like Parcel, Netlify. And again, I'm not a developer, but I learned a little bit about it, and there's so much you can do. Like, for free. It's crazy. The free plans. That's why I made the cheap marketing course, because, like, there's so many tools that people don't know about that are technically more developer-y, more engineer-y. But with a little bit of practice, you can, like, learn how to do it and stuff. I think it's super sick. So, yeah. Yeah, there's no song playing right now. It's all RuneScape stuff, Charles. That bot's being deceptive. Oh, heck yeah. Okay. Yeah, of course. So, like, okay, this is what I was talking about when it's Silicon Graphics. Oh, so awesome. Like, all these renders. The DK Country ones, and this, like, the 64 era. Like, come on. This is awesome. I love the style of it so much. Man, I cannot get enough of the Silicon graphic stuff. If I go back to my site, I made a whole gallery of just like nostalgic screenshots. So like old Windows and just like old gaming cafes, and here's like Miyamoto from like 1991 or whatever. Viruses. So many toolbars. It's so good. Oh, what? Some of these images aren't loading. There we go. Earthbound 64, which of course never came out. But all screenshots from the press kit. Zelda 64, so like really early Ocarina of Time. Beta screenshots. I love all that stuff. So this website was just kind of a for fun project, and then I list out all the projects that I have going on right now. So all these are. So yeah, I just love these little personal websites. And then also, if you want to go back to the days of MySpace sticks, there's a website called Space Hey. It's basically just MySpace, like how it was back then, and it's so awesome. Here's my profile. You can totally customize it with HTML and stuff. There's forums and groups of people and stuff. It's amazing. It's so good. You know, Runescape's old website has some really cool old art and screenshots. Okay, I should use the Wayback Machine and check that out. Yeah. Yeah, dude, you should sign up for this and add me if you do. I'll post a link in the chat. Yeah. It's seriously awesome. So, wow. This website is very well documented on Wayback Machine. Oh my gosh. This is RuneScape 1. It's so funny. It's advertising other games. Free edition. Members. Wow, this is documented super well. Small tweaks to mining. So good. RuneScape.com/RuneScape. Good URL. Alright, let's do something more current, like 2003. Okay, so I've ran out of space. Yay. You're welcome. If you sign up, I need to see your profile, and you need to customize it. If you don't know how, I can help. Do not miss toolbars. Yeah. I honestly, I kind of do. Because there's a service called Conduit. You could like make your own toolbar, and I thought it was so cool. You could have like your own widgets on there and stuff. I really like that. I almost made $50 from it too. But I was just under the threshold by the time the service kind of stopped, which was sad. Sweet. Yeah, there's also plenty of tutorials too. People are like really helpful on that site. And I'm going to add guides and like resources to that website pretty soon. That website that I showed earlier. Whoa. Whoa. Website keeps flashing and refreshing. I'm not trying, I swear. How about 2004? Oh, this is awesome. I just love these little 3D renders. Like what a cryptic image of just like a hand holding a sword. RuneScape Classic. Like look at this. Little box. With the textures, like the classic. Like this is so cryptic. Oh, I love it. Freaking love it. This is from 2003. Warning, fake emails. Learn about the history of RuneScape. Lores and histories, tales from the tavern. Yeah, this is great. The Miner's Tale by Doom Ranger 5. Are these all... Oh my gosh, these are all like fan stories. What? This is awesome. Like, dev teams used to have like these intimate relationships with their fans. Where like fan stuff was like part of it, and now we've gotten away from that because things are like on such a larger scale, you know? Why choose RuneScape? It's accessible to all. It's free to play. It's easy to get started. What are you waiting for? Click here to view the results. All the forums, how to play. Magic. Look at this. It like writes out how to do everything. Remember when people read? You got screenshots with the default avatar. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. This is great. How did it go?
Are you still streaming?
Yeah, I'm still streaming.
Oh, I can talk to you about it later.
Oh, all right, cool. I was just curious. Sometimes I yank my headphones out of my deal accident. How Labs had like surveys before Melee came out, and I'm like, dang, my household still had dial-up back then. Yeah. Yeah, not only surveys, but like people wrote in. Like, actually, let's go back to... I have so many of these. I gotta close now. Okay, so if I go to Shrines, I go to Melee. So if you go here to the questionnaire, all of these pages are fans writing in and Sakurai responding. Like, this is the fan letter, and then this is the response from Sakurai. And if you use Google Translate, you can like actually read this stuff, and it's fascinating. Go to March 2007. Okay. Oh, I closed it by accident. Whoops. March 2007. March 2007. Nice. Yeah, this is what I remember. This is 100% what I remember. Wow. I'm actually going to bookmark this. Because I want to use it to make a shrine to RuneScape. We're out of space again. Gosh dang it, Grant. I'm not reading that out loud. The free downloads tab. Okay. I like it. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Vanity Fox, for the raid. How the heck are you? I appreciate the raid a lot. We got Jetpack Ninja. We got Dormouse Says. We have Cerebi. Is that a Pokemon reference? Heckmeister. And, wow. Vanity Fox, thank you so much for the raid. What a pleasant surprise. Surprise. How was your stream of Pokemon Red and Blue? Cannot go wrong with Red and Blue. Thank you, Jackpack Ninja, for the follow. As you can see here, we like early and mid 2000s nostalgia here. I've got a Smash Brothers Melee thing going on theme-wise. And currently playing old school RuneScape, so that tells you enough about what I'm into. Hey, Vanity Fox. So good to see you. Killers for the win. Welcome. These are all great. I'm assuming these are all your emotes, Vanity. Lots of fun? Great. How far are you in... are you playing red or blue? And how far are you in the game so far? Are you doing like a Nuzlocke or anything, or just like a fun casual playthrough? Oh, you were telling me about my select screen. Oh, awesome. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I might as well demo it since you mentioned it. Yeah, if you go to Shrines, Melee, and then you go to this. Here's the web browser version. You can, like, your cursor literally becomes the glove. And you can click and drag this token, and it will play the character's sound and show their picture and stuff. And if you click back, it plays the sound and it takes you back to the previous page. So I appreciate the shout out there. Yeah. Nuzlocking Blue, awesome. Mount Moon, sick. What's your party look like currently? Thanks, S, for welcome in. Appreciate it. And we got the hype behind RuneScape, to be honest. Fair enough. Yeah, it's super it was super formative for me. It was one of my earliest examples of like MMORPG online play. The game's honestly nothing special. It just came out at a really good time, I think. I shouldn't say it's nothing special, but it's not like outstanding. Radicate Team Rocket OP? I feel like there's a story behind that. If you guys, so is anyone else in the chat like a Melee fan? Because I know Vanity plays some Melee, although I'm pretty sure that's not her like main game. So I'm curious if anyone in chat is like a Melee fan or like knows about Melee or plays. Team Rocket came for me with that Hyper Fang quick attack combo. Oh no, Hyper Fang is so devastating in Gen 1. I just love Gen 1 though. One of my favorite recent memories with Gen 1 is I had a few coworkers where I worked at a job recently. I say recently, it was like it was like 4 or 5 years ago. But we all, like, my friend had a copy of Pokemon Blue, I had a copy of Pokemon Red, like a physical cartridge, and then our friend had Pokemon Yellow, and we each played through the campaign, and we each completed our Pokedex. So like we battled each other and stuff, just like the old days. So we each had a Game Boy Advance SP or a Game Boy Advance, and I think we each had an SP because I bought an SP for like $40. And we traded to evolve. My friend did the Mew glitch to acquire a Mew, and so we traded the Mew to complete the Pokedex and stuff, like with cables and everything that I still own. So it was just so much fun to do that. Never played it in my life, but was #1 in the Midwest for Brawl in 2008. What? Are you serious? I had an uncle who played 64 when he was a kid. Yeah, 6. Yeah. Sick. It was so fun to relive that. And like I remember like one of the final Pokemon to get was Dragonite, because Dragonite is like Dragonair evolves at such a high level. So I had like stockpiled a bunch of rare candies and then just use all my rare candies in bulk to evolve to the Dragonite, and so I could trade it around. So yeah, I play Melee once in a while. I haven't played it super recently, but I still play once in a while. Yeah, I don't pay for what's it called, ranked anymore though. Yeah. Heck yeah. Okay, let's burn all these logs. All right, Grant's just making stuff up. Thank you, Grant. You need to end rank Slippy. I literally never use it. Yeah. I had to just go back and cancel all my subscriptions, basically. We don't pay for, like, Netflix or for Disney Plus or for Hulu or for, you know, Peacock or for HBO Max. We don't do any of that stuff anymore. And you save a lot of money by not paying for those things. In fact, I'm kind of against the idea of subscription services. I'd rather pay once for a product and have it in general. I mean, obviously there's exceptions, but I'm not a big fan of subscription services. That's another reason why I use like Zune and like local music that I maintain instead of like paying for Spotify or something. Like, this is my music. It's right here. We pay for Twitch subs and ChatGPT. That's true. Yeah, I pay for I think the 3 main ones that I pay for are Twitch subs, but I think I only pay for Donnie and Esther's at the moment. So that's $10 a month. I currently pay for ChatGPT Plus because it's a space that I want to be on top of. And then I also pay for Twitch or for Twitter. But that's it. I don't pay for anything else really monthly. I had to cancel my Patreon subscriptions and stuff. I want to support creators, like I do, but when you're so flip-floppy in terms of what your interests are, like 3 weeks ago I wasn't into the old web stuff at all, and all of a sudden I am. A month ago I was into making a video course, and now like I'm kind of done with that. So it's like interests like come and go so rapidly. Everything tries explicitly to be a software as a service on purpose because you make so much more money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, it's more scalable, right? Your effort, like, makes you more money. All right, Sticks, take it easy. Enjoy your food. Thanks for hanging out and enjoying this nostalgia trip with me. So cool to know that, like, you and your family played so much RuneScape and stuff, and you were so good at it. Talk to you later, my friend. Also, reading what you said, Grant, I love how like you said I need to end rank slip. Like you're gonna personally bring it down. I need to end it. Of course, take it easy, my friend. When you click too fast for the game. David, literally this project or collection thereof I talked about in DMs is literally the only project I feel like I'm going to be able to stick to. And that's because I feel like it's not really my choice. Hey, whatever motivates you, even if it's not yourself. In fact, that's probably some of the best motivation there is. If you can find a motivation that exists outside of yourself and your self-motivation, that's something worth chasing. I feel like I'm pretty close to the level now. Let's see. 27, yeah. We're only a few levels away. Anthony brought up the project icon folder I showed him before the VC last night. I was like, oh yeah, there's literally like hundreds. Oh. Your project icon folder. Is that, are you saying like all the different icons represent all the different projects that you want to work on? Is that what that is alluding to? Whoa. That person's level 88. We're a few away from a level up. One way. Yeah. Then we can start chopping down yew trees. And make longer lasting fires. That was just the icons for this stuff. I got far enough where I was excited to justify an icon. I totally feel that. Sometimes it's fun to just make brands for things. Like designing the logo for something and like the style and design of something. I can see you doing that and then just having a bunch of designs for things that don't end up going anywhere. Still here. Forgot to mention I was looking. No problem. I've been in a horror mood lately. Oh, Dead Space remake. Oh, cool. On New Game Plus. How are you enjoying the Dead Space remake? Are you a fan of the series? It's kind of hard for me to get into the horror game genre, but I know there's a lot of great experiences to be had in it. Some of the most immersive horror I'd imagine would be in the game side of it. What is this thing? The heck? Oh, I see. It's like an emote. Okay, he's clowning on me. But I used to draw app icons and interfaces in a notebook before even... Oh. I took with me everywhere as a kid when Microsoft announced the 2-screen tablet thing on the... Really? Do you have any of those drawings still? I'd love to see what you did back then. It'd be fun. You should see if you have it. Oh, okay, well, if it's too much effort, then you don't have to, but I'm just curious. That sounds awesome. You will? Sick. Kept the page of like 30 icons you drew. Awesome. I love seeing like the creativity manifest in like productive, like basically it makes you, the creativity you do when you're younger manifests itself into something more productive later on. I think that's so cool. We're just a couple of levels away. Thank you for the lurk, Esper. I appreciate it. Enjoy your game. I'm new. I finished it last night. I'm very hooked on it. Nice. You love horror games in general? Glad to hear that. Oh, awesome. Enjoy your food, my friend. You did? Think might throw most of the notebook out? Wait, what do you mean? Hey, Super Spyro. What's up? Wait, what? This person just dropped 240,000 coins. Wait, what? Wait, what? Yeah. Easy money. Wow, look at that. I'm so close to 1 million now. What happened? Why was there 240K on the ground? What happened? What happened? There was 240K on the ground. There was that like higher level player, like level 88 player that was like walking or lurking around earlier. So did they drop it? And if so, why? Hi Matt, how's it going? No, not in Varrock. I'm not in Varrock. I'm near Asgarnia. Near Falador. So, Grant, there was a massive amount of money that was dropped that spawned in. Usually players drop coins like that. And I don't know how that happened. Yeah, thank you. This apparently is the Matrix, Connor. I think I might have thrown most of the paper's actual notebook out. Oh, I see. Okay, so you've saved most of the icons. That's good. That's good. What the actual heck? That I've never seen that before. Why would they drop money like that? What happened? What does that mean, Matt? So what if I'm poor? Is that a quote that I'm just not understanding? Is the person back? Are they here to enact their vengeance? Remember, I was mad at... I was mad the dual screen courier never released. It was like, these are all useless now. Aw. I'm sorry. Did you ever play an MMO where every time you leveled up, you get type ding and everyone around you went go GZ? I don't think so. That's oddly specific. I'm tempted to make fun of you, but I never made much money in this game. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I never did either. Like, the fact that I'm close to 1 million, I never even got near this amount of money on my first account. I think what it is now is there's so many players now. There's an abundance of an excess of wealth and just materials and things that have been made, and not enough players to balance it out. So the economy is probably like incredibly broken, if I had to guess. We're currently 1 level away from the goal. Can you go marry a couple? Potentially. I think it'd be fun just to mess with people. I could try to mess with people. I could sign into my girl account and troll people. I found the writing script system I invented. It's like block cursive. What? What does that mean? Block cursive? I swear, I don't remember making an account called this, but for some reason, if I select the usernames on this list, there's a character named Skanky Chick. And I don't remember making a character with that name. That's hilarious. I remember Fortune Chick. My guess is Fortune Chick eventually got banned. And so I wanted to make another like throwaway account that was a troll account. Yeah. Cause with Fortune Chick, I remember making like money off of telling people's fortunes, pretending to be like a sorceress or something. And that worked for a while. And then my suspicion is like I was like thinking about how fun that was, and then I like wanted to do it again with another account, and I just named it that. But I don't have explicit memories of doing that. That's just my suspicion on how that went. And we are so close to that next level. I'll preemptively burn out the logs here, so we can spend less time doing that and more time cutting, because then we can do U logs. Although my guess is I'll probably need a type of axe, because at a certain point your axe is too weak, I think, to cut certain types of wood, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we'll do some trolling after this. That sounds pretty fun. Oh my gosh, Grant. I just got your I just saw your drawings in the DMs. If I ever needed proof I was autistic, man, this is actually crazy. This block script. I don't know if it's that crazy. This is not even remotely comparable, but I loved the stupid like Bionicle text where you can like, you know, it's basically the English alphabet and common characters, but they would just like one-to-one translate with some kind of symbol. There's so much. Is there? I respect the hyperfixation. Okay, this person for sure was the person that dropped the money. Like, for sure. I wonder if he assumes if I'm just like a bot and I'm not a real person or not. And he thought it was safe to drop money here. Hey, Kid Link, how are you, man? Welcome, welcome. It's been a minute. If I had to guess, I think that's what's going on. Oh, you know I am. You would not believe this, Kid Link. I just picked up 230k that was on the ground. I don't know how, why, who. It was crazy. I'm doing pretty good. Oh, I've been stopping by Spanish-speaking streams lately and forced myself to speak Spanish there. Oh, seriously? That's fun. That's a good way to get you, like, to acclimate yourself more to the language, I bet. Are you understanding much of what's going on? It was 140k a minute ago. Okay, it was probably 140k. Oh. By the way, Matt, I never asked you. How was Texas? Just kidding. Of course I asked you. I feel like I've made so many snafus lately with not remembering things related to you that like I have to just pretend that I just can't remember anything. Any interaction we ever have is just forgotten. Hey, have you heard of a YouTuber called Bacon _? I feel like you'd really like their videos. I had 3 streams on at once. Was that you? Yeah. I was asking you about languages, Matt. I was on top of this game a year ago. I stopped because it's such a grind. Oh, fair, fair. Yeah, this game is very grindy. It's maybe the most grindy game I've ever played. Let's see that level 30. Yes, my dear, you can. Feel free to grab a chair. I can try to widen the camera. Level 30, let's freaking go. It's also a little warm in here, so a little warning there, S, but I certainly would not mind if you joined.
So warm in here.
Hey, love, is it?
It's very warm.
You don't have to close the door if you don't want.
Yeah, but I'm not screaming at me.
If you want, you could try to turn on the air conditioning.
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. Want me to drop full rune for me? Yes, I do. Please. Let's... Cropped cam. Oh, hi. I didn't mean to change this so quickly. Forgot to turn on studio mode. Cropped cam.
I'll get you a chair so everybody can see.
How should I do this?
Oof. Maybe.
I could try the camera view and then adding in a small screen. Maybe I'll do that. Butternut did just sneak in, yes. You can see her shark tail, or her shark fin tail. The camera is entirely pointing this way, so you're on the very. But you can barely see Butternut.
Well, they can't see the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna add the game in. I just haven't done this before.
It's okay. All the people want is Butternut.
So true. All right, well, you're going to see some real-time live editing because I have not prepared for this.
Sorry to put a
Oh, that's all right.
wrench.
Oh, no problem. you guys like this video? Alright, I'm gonna... Can I copy this transformation? Yes, I can. Copy transformation. We're gonna add a new source. That is going to be display capture, and it's gonna be monitor 1. And then we are going to paste the transform. Yep. Then we're gonna lock it. Then we're going to go back to camera. And we're gonna add in a scene. And that scene is called small second screen. I'm gonna move that here. Then we're gonna do a custom crop. All right, now we've got this in the corner. If we want it, I'll probably make it so there's no. There, perfect. Here, you guys can kind of see what I'm doing. I'll put over here because there's no.
Oh, so you're making the game small?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were making us.
No, I'm making the game small.
Oh. Are we the entertainment now?
Yeah, so if you want to scoot a little bit more this way.
Well, then I block the beast.
Well, you can move the beast, couldn't you? Can you put one instance of RuneScape over each of your sunglasses lenses? Oh my, just my normal glasses lenses? I could do that, but that involve like advanced tracking and probably technology that I don't have. So theoretically, yes, Matt, I could do that. Yep. Ah. My throat's actually getting kind of sore.
Yeah? Talking
Yeah.
so much?
Probably.
You're not used to it.
Yeah.
Sorry if it tastes a little like Crystal Light, but it's cold.
Thank you. Let's see. There's a player that is like warping in and out here. They're a high level player, and I'm tempted to stick around here just because this person is like doing something repetitive. And I feel like they might drop money again. But I can't be greedy. What? Like, he's just coming in here. He's disappearing. He's coming back. Like, what is happening with this guy? Yeah, so, Kidlink, this is Butternut. What? He's back again.
Look at him. He's gabbing. Oh, he's gone.
I couldn't say hello fast enough. Be greedy? Well, being greedy involves waiting around for him to drop something.
Can you give him something?
Well, I have to, like, talk to him first or try to trade with him before he disappears.
Being a little goofy goober.
I know. I'm gonna follow him. Hello. See if he responds to me. Wait, he's typing maybe.
Oh, man. My bee chases him more.
I gotta see where they're going. Okay, these goblins aren't a threat. What? What? I like the music change. He's got some crazy, like, visuals. Visual, like, upgrades that I've never seen before. Like, it must be, like, Easter themed or something. You jumped 20 pics and DMs for later? Awesome. Thanks for sending those. I'll check those out, Grant. What world am I in? What world am I in? I don't remember how to check. Oh, I lost him. Hey, Andrew, what's up, man? How was your afternoon slash evening? Okay, so I don't want to log out. World switcher. Okay, so I'm in 417. I'm in world 417. Kid Link. I realize I'll move this up here. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, I see. The UI itself is being cut off. Okay. I never forgot about Porky. Always been a Porky stan. What are you talking about, Donnie?
It's the scariest thing she could ever realize I did. What?
Grant drew a bunch of like icon concepts for something.
Horrifying, Grant. How could you?
Honestly, I've been pretty good. It's been kind of a bummer to not get a job after I've been searching for a while, but otherwise, you know, I'm doing pretty good overall. This music is so derpy. The writing system I came up with. Oh, the writing system he came up with, not the icons he was drawing. I was mentioning how I found the Porky clip. Remember when I brought up Porky and nobody knew what I was talking about?
Yes.
Esther remembers.
Yes, I do. Remember we were at Donnie's and he was standing in the corner and he said, "Yeah, like Porky." And
Oh,
we were
yeah.
all like, what?
That's right. I do remember that now. But I'm just continuing this trend where I don't remember things involving Matt.
Oh, that's
So,
rude.
you know, I don't do it on purpose. It's just like habit, you know.
Well, you said continuing the trend, like it's.
I'm doing it against my will.
Oh. Okay.
Matt's making things up. Donnie's never forgotten. Hi, I am lonely.
Wow. Dude is gonna stab you.
Please be my friend. How come it doesn't have a... Oh, I see. The chat is like... I toggled it off. Be entitled to financial compensation. I realize people can't read what I'm typing.
Oh. Probably make it bigger.
I don't know how, because I'm in the center of the frame, so I'd have to move.
You'd have to go that way.
Eggs. I like eggs. Trade. Hey, I appreciate it, Andrew. Yeah, it's been a little rough, but not too bad. Your account is currently restricted from trading?
What'd you do?
Oh, what? Weird. I need 10 more quest points before I can trade. That was not something in the old game. That's really weird. I guess I have to go on quests now. Cringe. I wanted to mess around with trolling people. I just thought you got banned for a sec. Oh. Did you?
No.
Oh.
In the trading.
It's to cut down on bots. Okay, that's fair. But also, I don't want to have to... You're the coolest person in this game. Wow. Oh, I bet Kidling's about to, like, flex on me. Alright, here's the map. Well, you can't really see it, but... I'm right south of Goblin Village. To the north of Falador. To the west of the Ice Mountain. If you know where that is. I remember this stupid chicken. I remember when this came out and everyone used it. Yeah, north of Falador. I could... Do you want me to meet you in Falador? Where do our adventures take us next, brother? Wait, you said nope, Kid Link. I'm heading to Falador anyways. You just saw me. Are you serious? Link Haya? I have a strong suspicion Link Haya is you. Oh wait, no, that's... Wait. Kid Link level 114. That's really you. What the heck? Wow. You have cool stuff, Kid Link.
A man has a penis.
This music is so cheesy. This member stuff, can't use it here? Dang. Yeah, I know, this music is insane, I agree.
Uh-oh, I heard the litter box.
It's a quite common occurrence. Alright, well, I'm gonna attack a guard and impress everyone. That one Peter Pan thing you did, David, I imagine you Irish dancing to this. It's Evil Bob. I'm on Evil Bob's island. Give him fish. Okay, I don't have a fishing net though. Oh, like a fishing net. How convenient. Look up and she was like grinning in the door frame, smiled. Esther. It's cooked already. How mysterious. Wow, this music's actually insane. I don't know if this is a good place for fishing. Okay, so I just need to give... Check pin stat. Check pin stat. Okay.
Wow.
That's fantastic, Howdy. Thank you. It's really good. Escape rune.
Hi, Christy.
Oh, hey, Christy. Wait, so I need to uncook the fish? How do I do that? Do I do this and then use the fish on the fire to uncook it? You can't cook that. Can I eat it? So how do I uncook it then? Oh, examine cooking pot. Okay, maybe. Oh, yep. Yep. Raw. Okay, so now you're asleep. But I love you.
Is she wearing pants?
Yes.
Sorry.
So wait, so I can escape now? Because the cat's asleep? What? Did any of that really happen? You feel like you become better at fishing. What? I got fishing experience. That's pretty cool. Wow, that's pretty dope. Wow. Well, welcome home, Christy. How was work? This game was so quirky. I got to meet Evil Bob, the cat. Long one, but a good one. First day back to work in like 10 days. Oh, you're on vacation. That's fun. I'm asking if he's dropped 240k recently. I never had 240k. Visiting my grandma on the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Ooh, lovely. How's your grandma? My foot was just so asleep I couldn't even bend my toes like that at all for 2 minutes. When your foot falls asleep,
What?
Hmm?
You said when you fall asleep?
it sucks.
Oh, it sucks.
Andrew, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it.
I tripped and my face hit the keyboard and this happened, Kappa.
What a lovely occurrence. Thank you for the resub, man. I appreciate it. I can't help it. If I see coins on the ground, I have to pick them up. Andrew, my friend, how has your I know recently you've been freaking robbed, so how has that been dealing with that? That sounds like a mess. But I hope it's been going okay. I can't imagine having to recover from that. You have 5 mil. That's a lot of money. That's an astonishing amount. Cheese is a goofy goober. She's doing pretty good. She had a stroke a couple of months ago. Oh my gosh, she's in oxygen all the time, and she gets frustrated with not being able to be as mobile as she once was overall, but doing well. That makes sense. I say stroke in quotes because it wasn't actually one, but it kind of mimics one without the damage, I think. My sister would know more from the actual, but... Wow. Well, even if you're not sure about the nature of that, that sounds scary. That is one trend I've noticed from folks that are getting older, is the frustration of not being as mobile as you were once. That's inevitable, right? But it's finally almost over. Been getting things replaced and have the house upgraded and security-wise. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm glad that things are beginning to restore themselves. Did you have insurance by any chance? Yeah. I love that KidLink and I are talking over RuneScape now. Yeah, understandable. But I'm glad you got like a nice long amount of time with her. That sounds great. Look at that. I already got 100 coins from just killing a few guards. Alright, he just said, have you heard the latest rumor about butter? And I'm going to say, what's butter? And he's going to say, oh, I wouldn't want to spread it. Okay. $100 coins for killing a few guards. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. You monster. They have families, David. So what do I care? I get a few gold coins out of it. Worth it. Is there any reason why you need to zoom this far in this game?
For the cinematic.
Yeah, that's true. The quality of the cinematography of it has gone up by a lot. Wow, I can't even see where I'm going. This is awesome.
Cinematography.
Same. The bonds jumped to 7 million. Well, you know that inflation. It's affecting everything.
When you can get a day's wage by killing a human, that's gonna change the economy.
That's a good point. I mean, 100 coins is like nothing, but still. A penny saved is a penny earned, you know?
Was his life worth more?
Nah.
Wow.
If you click rapidly instead of once, you do more damage, by the way.
I know.
Inflation now exclusively at... I'm not going to read that out loud. I don't believe in that website. Wow. He just gave me some free weapons. What a guy. What a guy. This is how I played RuneScape as a kid. I just found random people and befriended them. And then they would give me free stuff. This is very familiar. It exists whether or not you believe in it. Just like soda. Kill many guards. Okay. Was brown and rhymes with Snoop? Not poop.
Imagine a man is murdering you, but he's telling puns to his buddy while you're just dying.
Should I go to the wild? I want to wait for Kid Link. In case he's coming back. Let's go to the wild. Okay. But see, we're such different levels that you won't be able to defend me from the like mid-level people that can cream me. Right, he's just getting some cigarettes. He'll be right back. Totally. This scenario is very familiar. Just kidding. My dad was emotionally available and he was there and he didn't leave me. Can't tarnish his good name. That's a smoking moon, Grant. There's a cigarette emoticon? Okay. Oh, Ethan says, my wife wants to know what you're crocheting.
I'm making a whole bunch of granny squares to make a tote bag, and I'm learning how to make like tons of different types. So I'm gonna just have like a bag of like a hodgepodge of everything I'm making. I'm making the filler school. Oh, I messed up. What happened in that corner?
Yeah, granny squares was the phrase I was forgetting earlier when I was trying to describe what Esther was working on.
I've made some other ones that are like setting their squareness in my room.
Oh, can't hear her.
Oh.
Well, Ethan says love it, so I think she can be heard. To be fair, she is very far away from the mic.
Yeah, Grant.
We should consider another mic source for multiple people like this.
That is a good idea.
We have my blue Yeti.
That's true.
Yeah, another mic source.
That's true.
Okay, Christy can hear you okay.
Grant just has he doesn't believe in listen to women, so that's why he can't hear.
Bum, 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 bum. I mean, she's audible, but she's like 1 foot tall. I don't understand what her height has to do with.
The tinier you are, the smaller your vocal cords are.
I guess that's true.
Grant thinks I'm the size of a penny, so my voice can't be very loud.
She's a thumbnail. David, when are we doing the melee Iron Man? Oh, that sounds awesome. Is that you versus me? And
All the characters, I think.
yeah, it's all the. I mean, that's what I'm asking. Is it like you versus me kind of thing? That sounds epic.
That'd be really fun.
Yeah. I came in here to get some more food. Let's use up more sardines. It's 2008, so I guess I'll have to fly out to you since Slippy doesn't exist. Right. Right. Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Some think of themselves as alpha males. I myself am a thumb male. Well, that sounds like a condition, Grant. I'm very worried about you. There's an event called Iron Man.
Iron Man was a game mode of it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
How'd it work?
Instead of it being a 15-minute game, it was actually a 30-minute game. And we only did them on Friday and Saturday nights at midnight. So, pretty intense.
Sounds like it. Only the most elite gamers.
Okay, I want my money back. This yarn has a pre-tied knot in it.
Whoa.
That's baloney.
Can you untie it?
Well, I think that's how they like have the yarn tied together. I think like it ended.
Oh.
And they tied this.
What?
I know.
That's not okay.
No, it's not. Now I lost count. Thanks, yarn. Big yarn.
Yeah, you can thank Big Yarn for that one. I had to read this out loud what this guy just said. He said, got a cheap circumcision the other day. Total ripoff.
You had to read that out loud?
Yeah,
Why?
because it's funny.
Oh.
Kidling's almost done. It's exciting. See, people in chat like it.
We're gonna go bargain hunting. I don't think that's something that you should get a bargain for. I think you pay the full price.
My friends aren't imaginary. They showed up at my wedding.
I like that, Ethan.
Well, you see, in the Old Testament, people would have to be circumcised to make sure that they were basically clean, but baptism replaces that completely, and it's actually baptism with the Spirit, not just with water. And that means you're renewed and you're sanctified when you're baptized. So you no longer need to be circumcised. It's actually the big spool. People like to blame Big Yarn. But you got to see who weaves the threads of the story. That's a really good point, Grant. Wow.
That sounds like a text from your dad.
Does it?
I feel like that's like exactly something your dad would say.
What wedding? This one. Oh yeah, I already said this earlier, but Esther learned how to crochet in a day and made things already. It was crazy.
You find that very...
That's so cool. Are you kidding me?
You figure out how to, like, install a virtual machine and do all the stuff that I couldn't do in a day.
That's easy.
This is easy, too.
Installing a virtual machine's easy peasy.
I would quite literally learn how to do something like this rather than learn how to do
But
that.
see, you might rather learn this, but you could still do it.
You could learn this, too.
No, it's impossible.
Why?
Also, you could surf in a day.
Oh. Yeah. I mean...
Esther learned how to surf in a day. Show off your 99 capes? I'm already jealous.
Dude, save some cakes for the rest of us.
What did you make a VM of? Please say Linux. Actually, to start, I did make a Linux VM. And then I was like, what? Why do I have this? And then I made one off Windows XP, and I got a lot more enjoyment and use out of it. And then I made one for Windows 2000. And then I made one for Windows 8 for no reason. And then I made one for Windows 11 before I wanted to commit. And I was like, no, it's not worth it. And so I have it on my laptop only. Because Linux is great, David. Oh, don't even get Grant started. I know Linux is great. Like, I'd rather have a Unix-based server than a Windows one. I understand that much. But come on, man. I've tried like 3 or 4 different flavors of Linux by now. I've tried Ubuntu, I've tried Fedora, and I've tried that other one, Manjaro, or whatever it's called. And I was like, each time, honestly, Ubuntu was the most straightforward one to install. I actually did a dual boot on my Mac. No, I did a triple boot, I think. Somehow. Actually, I don't even know how I did that, but I had a MacBook Pro that had Windows, Linux, and OS X on it. Gosh dang it, Grant. You're dying. I replaced Windows with Linux on my daily driver PC the month Windows 11 came out. And how's that been? Honestly, I know I have some good friends that use Linux all the time and they swear by it. So I don't doubt it can work. But I'm not in the business of learning some other software to just deal with compatibility issues and like a ton of issues. I don't know. I know Linux is great for certain things, and it's probably the best option for a lot of things. But I'm a Windows man, what can I say? Desktop environment is probably a bigger deal to a newbie than the distro itself. Yeah, exactly. And I'm such a normie in that regard. Just Google the errors, David. That is such a cursed sentiment. Like... yeah, it's a great product. Just Google the errors that you're inevitably going to get. It's like, huh. I love it. Don't miss Windows. I hear that sentiment from people that switch to Linux. But at the same time, whenever we do things together, like, I don't know, use Discord or play games, it's always, oh, sorry, I got to run my, like, Wine emulator skin triple deluxe Windows whatever. And then it's like, oh, I got to restart 500 times. Oh, now it kind of works. And that has been my experience with people that use Linux. Now, obviously, that's an exaggeration, but... Linux gives you way more options and more potential problems because of it. Right. I don't doubt that. Like, I'm sure just... the more variables you introduce, the more, like, issues can potentially occur. That just makes sense. It's like points of failure if you go, like, completely root your Android phone versus, like, stock Android. Proton helps so much. Well, Proton X1 is pretty much magic at this point and just works 90% of the time, no problem. I hear that. I just don't buy it. I hear that touted every day in my Discord, and I never see the evidence to support it. What did I just pick up? Grain. Cool. Yeah, your stuff's awesome, Kid Link. Look, we have like a Norse god in our midst. With a crazy sword I've never seen before. Looks awesome, dude. Of course, they save all the cool stuff for the members. Oh my gosh. So cool. It's really only multiplayer, and that's because of dumb gimmick implementation of anti-cheat, right? Like, this guy who I just met is just hanging out here. He's like, remember he started with "You're invading my personal space," and now he won't leave me alone. It's great.
You should tell him that he's invading your personal space.
Let's see what he says. Whatever clever retort he's conjured up. Oh, sad face. Wow, he left. He needed an excuse. I had the sense. It depends on what you play, of course. For me, the vast majority of games I want to play run fine without any tinkering. Fall Guys took some work, but I can play it anti-cheat and all. Well, that's good. Proton DB. Like, gaming is one of the strongest points right now. The Steam Deck wouldn't have been a thing if it was such a problem. That's a good point. And people seem to have a pretty good experience with Steam Decks, so. I don't play multiplayer games on Steam, so Proton is perfect for me. Fair enough. Honestly, I don't really play many games either. Dude, if I win the Iron Man, you have to learn Linux. I don't know if I can accept those terms, because the chances that you'll win are very high.
Is Ethan really good?
Ethan and I are probably like, he's probably a little bit better than me, but we're very, very similar in skill level. Yeah. At least from what I remember playing. Or he crushed me. One of the two. I can't remember. I remember the games being fun, though. Follow you? Okay. You're rusty? Me too. I beat you? Okay. I bet it was like even. We were evenly matched. Would you want to play like pretty soon after this? Do you have time? "23 years ago today, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command: The Adventure Begins released on direct-to-video. Wow, what a special day. Thank you, Howdy. What a great movie. What a great film, a cinematic masterpiece. And then the heckin', like, TV show changed his voice actor. Andrew, you too were a fan? I'd put my child down, but I might be able to after. All right. Sweet. Oh, see? Even Ethan likes this Buzz Lightyear Star Command movie. Cool, yeah. Let me know if you're free. No pressure. Either way. Examine raccoon. Oh, raccoon. Thank you, game. Pleasure, David. Wish Disney still gave it the love it deserves. You know what? Disney's kind of dead to me now, to be totally frank. Disney just keeps putting out crap that no one wants to see. They insert their movies with preachy garbage. And they've completely creatively bankrupt themselves. Yep. Sweet, yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind streaming the Iron Man, but I don't want to pressure you. I also DM the open source Win XP clone for later. Oh, cool. Okay, well, actually, so Grant knows how to get me interested. If it kind of looked like Windows XP and it was like a modern OS, that's kind of a fun thing. Although I also like the idea of like customizing the look a lot too. I don't know. Thank you, Howdy. Thank you, Charles. Stream away. Okay, sweet. What? Does he want me to go up the stairs, I assume? Oh, okay. What is happening? I don't like this. I'm ready to climb down the stairs if he says something stupid. Wait, you dropped a thingy. So the way that works in RuneScape is you have, like, when another player drops something, you have to wait because they see it immediately when they drop it, but another player doesn't necessarily, right? So there's like a timeout period of like 30 seconds to a minute, and oh my gosh, thanks, man. Rune Scimitar. Thank you. That was awfully nice of you. Oh. Hey, Cheese. How the heck did he appear here?
There he is.
What on earth? You can just teleport to other people's locations? But, like, how did he world hop? But how did he, like... How did he... You're gonna drop another thing? Okay. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
What?
I just want to share with you.
Oh
that
my
she's a
word.
little sprout.
Look at that.
Look at her.
Can you see in the camera?
Or are they fairy wings?
She's hilarious. Same spot? Okay. We're gonna see if the guy comes in and tries to steal it from me. Oh, frick. Yeah, I was wondering about that. You were ready.
He doesn't need it.
I know, but he's gonna try to steal it anyways. Kid Link, should we go to a different world? Or is he able to track? I guess he's not friends with me, so he wouldn't know. Look up. Oh, what the heck? You can look up the stats of people? This is new. Whoa. That's crazy. That's probably a rune light thing.
Sprout.
You can still track? Weird. So no matter where we go, he can track us. Blake, thank you so much for the resub. Thanks for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate it a lot. How are you, Blake? It's been a minute. Dropped another thingy. What if the dwarf gets in the way? Thanks for dropping it, Kid Link. I don't know what it is yet. Oh, I'm ready. Oh, I guess you could just massacre the dwarf. Is it a minute cooldown? Oh, frick, he's back. Well. Just looking for the crochet and cat stream? Nice. Thanks, Blake. I appreciate it. He did come out of nowhere. Dropped again? Alright, cool. Thanks, my friend. I still don't know what you dropped. Oh, there's no Friday night this Friday. Oh, that's not it. It's like, whoa. Gosh dang it. He keeps popping back. It's so annoying. Gotta lurk for a while. Need some dinner and help some friends tonight. Awesome. Well, thanks, Andrew. I hope you have a great rest of the week as well. I'm glad that things are turning up for you, and I'll catch you next time. Oh, I keep seeing things pop in, and I'm like, oh, it's that, and then it's just an NPC. I still gotta keep my eyes glued on the ground in case it appears. Okay, Kidlink's getting out of here. So here's a question. You can't trade things to me? New plan? Can I use the Grand Exchange? Oh, that doesn't make any sense, because then anyone could grab it. The Grant Exchange. Oh yeah, totally. You could, but it wouldn't work. Okay. Is it? Yeah, they added that feature where it's like they look at like the item value differential, and then depending on how big the gap is, they just wouldn't let you trade, which is insane to me. You should be able to turn that off, man. I understand people are abusing it, but if both parties consent and are aware that there could be a risk of like the difference in value, you should be allowed to do that. Because otherwise you resort to drop trading, which is what's happening. Kidlink, I have a 93% run meter if you wanted to run, by the way. Awesome. Thanks, Kid Link. Hopefully this time I'll be able to pick it up. Yeah, I know. He's being a weirdo. I wonder if he can sense, like, our position and, like, the fact that we're not moving, and then be like, oh, I bet they're doing a sneaky drop trade. Five. Oh my gosh. Awesome. Ha, he's too late. Yeah, thanks, my man. That is very nice of you. Another thingy. Oh my gosh. Alright. The imp. You ignored the imp. These little random rooms that were so pointless. It was just so cool that they existed. It made the world seem more immersive and like more real. That's what I appreciated about it. Alright, thank you, sir. Don't say Taco Bell, you're making me hungry. Yeah.
What are those cinnamon chips from Taco Time?
Crustos?
Yeah.
Yeah, those were heckin' good. Yeah, I want to be like, so for family night, we want free food, so.
It's been like 2 or 3 weeks since we've gone out to eat, so it's been good.
Yeah. Come on, appear before the guy appears.
I guess Grant is dying over the word Crusto.
No. Oh, no, I almost got it. I was a little too slow. That's okay, that's okay. Didn't want to risk it. No, it's alright. No. I definitely I would prefer you to have it back than it accidentally fall into his hands. I'm guessing he's like timing it, so he's trying to swoop in and grab it, is my guess.
Maybe he's watching the stream.
It's true. I don't know how he'd find my username though. I guess he could be look up people playing old school RuneScape. That wouldn't be that hard. I want to change the music. I'll change it to... Oh man, there's some good bangers in here. I don't know why some of these are like read out though, if they're like members only songs or something. Alright, thank you, sir. Keep my eyes peeled. Oh, I see. They're probably locked because they're probably locked at quests. They're not members only. Unfortunately, gummy bear is not one of the options. Oh, this is a banger. We'll play this one. Yes. Got it. Thank you, man. Freaking kite shield. I'm not reading that out loud, Grant. Another one. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is a grumpy workman. These guys are grouches. Man, this music is so good. Can you add favorites? I wish you could. And then just shuffle through the favorites. Oh, there's so many that are locked just because I haven't been there before. Well, with this account. Oh my gosh, Rune plate legs? Let's heckin' go. Thank you, sir. So the scariest SCP. What on earth are you talking about, Grant? I don't curl. You know what? I might already have a helmet that I picked up. Actually, I'm gonna go. If you don't mind, I'm gonna briefly visit the bank if there's one nearby. And I think there is one nearby. Yeah. And then figure out what I have and what I don't have, and that might save some time. Oh, this guy's just Dude, this guy's just hanging outside. Yeah, let me see. Okay, so I have a Rune Full Helm G, which I don't even know if I can use. I guess I already have some root plate legs. I don't know that I had those. But other than that, I don't have any other rune anything. This is all mithril stuff. I can't wear this as a non-member, I'm pretty sure, right? So, effectively, it would be helpful to have a helm if you would not mind. I like to imagine that Esther makes David watch all those animated SCP things on YouTube.
David doesn't even know what SCP means.
I don't. Oh, I can't run anymore because I'm slow. The other guy was dropping rune daggers? Really? Are you serious? Look at all these default characters. These guys are definitely bots. Wait, enjoy that 240k? That was him? Cheese Reborn. I thought it might have been him. Okay. Thank you, sir. Because I'm pretty sure the one that I have, because it has gold on it, I think I'm pretty sure I can't wear it. Is that door cracked or all the way open? I can't tell from the angle.
Cracked.
It's cracked, yeah. I'm so sad that my this webcam gets too hot and then it dies. It's really annoying.
Cool enough now?
No, well, I mean maybe, but it's just a matter of time before it happens again. I optimized it so it doesn't it takes up as little heat as possible and still it overheats. So like
Maybe get it a little fan that blows back there.
Yeah, that could work. Thank you, sir. I think the graphics are the fanciest. Okay, thanks for the lurk, Grant. Enjoy Taco Bell. I'm very jealous. Can't believe that you're level 114. Kid Link, that's crazy. Yo, let's go. Yay. Thank you for your generosity. I'm surprised drop trading still works. Oh my gosh.
Thanks for the game of hide and seek.
Oh.
Have a nice day. Smile.
I appreciate the bits, my friend. Thanks for talking to a random stranger and sharing funny puns with us. I appreciate the 100 bits. I follow if you want. I didn't give you personal space, so I had a feeling you were around. The old school RuneScape category can't be that popular.
Must be fun striking fear into people who are drop trading.
I know. All right, good night, Howdy. Good night. It's 5. Oh yeah, I forgot. You're on the East Coast. Of course. It's been a great pleasure for you to be here as well. Thank you for taking that marvelous screenshot of Esther. Thank you for sharing in the excitement of Bionicle and all things that era, and Buzz Lightyear, of course. I'll see you next time, man. Yeah, I think I dropped like, oh yeah, my Twitch stream is cracking up. So he's like, oh, all I have to do is find it. Yeah, we got the follow. Let's go. Oh, later, Zug. Take it easy, man. Thanks for the follow, B. You know what's funny? The only reason why I knew it was you for sure was because I added you as a friend, and it said previous name B Gabbles, and then that is your exact name on Twitch. So it's like basic confirmation that it was you. I wonder. So why did you change your name to Cheese Reborn? Also, I just realized Brutal Moose added me back. I think. Wait, did he? Never mind. Not necessarily. I can tell if Brutal Moose is online or not. Because his name is Moodle Bruce on RuneScape. And also there's Admiral Eggroll. I wonder who that is. Also, how come we're not friends yet, Kid Link? Kid Link 77. This was not my original RuneScape account, but oh, I think you probably added me. I needed to add you back. Oh, I'm ready for the wilderness? Yeah, I want to deposit my valuables first. And then I'll venture with you in the wild. Do you recommend that we don't wear armor at all? Or, because I want some armor. I'll just wear like throwaway armor, like what I have right now.
Alright, I've done what I needed to do.
Yeah?
Made 3.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah.
Can everyone in chat say bye to my wife? My brother had a great account, a couple of 99s. It was called Cheese Curls, hence Cheese Reborn. Ah, the backstory. The backstory of the name.
Bye. Don't forget tonight's date.
Right. What time do you want to start that? How about 6:30 maximum? Between 6 and 6:30.
Sounds good.
Cool. I might end before then. Yeah, seriously. All right, tonight is date night, so I do want to wrap things up here pretty fast, but not before we venture into the wild. So, wait a second. Oh. All right, so I'll deposit. Whoops. I'll deposit all the nonsense I don't need. You gotta swap worlds so fast? Okay, no problem. Alright. Thanks, I appreciate it. Have a good night, B. And thanks again for the bits and for the generosity. It's good run. It was good running into you. Alright, I guess I'll have like a few emergency lobsters. Some sardines, although they're not really worth bringing, actually. Alright. So he's got to swap worlds for whatever reason. I'm ready to go to the wilderness whenever you are, Kid Link. Just let me know. Actually, I could do some fishing as well, because why not? Oh, I can't remember what level I am. I can probably do like some crazy fishing. I don't need the small fishing net. I can do like fly fishing or something. I gotta remember how this all works. If I'm 43 fishing. Wow, that's amazing. Oh, I see. That's with a small net, but if I use a rod... Oh, I forgot I need bait if I use a rod. Fly fishing rod and feathers. Okay, I need freaking feathers. I forgot. Oh, I have feathers. What the heck? I guess might as well take 20. And then remind me... Big net, harpoon. About cage, lobster. Okay. So I can do lobster and I can do fly fishing. Okay, that's good. That's good enough. Man, when you start applying to places, you just like, your number gets sent to everybody. You're out of lobsters? I have some lobsters. Oh, that's okay. I have 43 lobsters, so I can get you some lobsters if you need them. Well, I mean, I guess if you were to look at my... Oh, wow, it does not work at all. I'm going to switch the screen back to normal. If you were to see my inventory right now, which is here, would you say this is an okay amount of stuff to bring? Or am I just... Should I bring more lobsters? You have wines? Okay. Because I can't really remember what you're supposed to bring. And so I guess I have a few goals for the wild. I'd like to like maybe upgrade my attack stuff. Maybe like do some fishing, I guess. What's up, Mellow Box? Welcome, welcome. Just go into the wild with a friend. Oh, what? Oh, I forgot you have these tabs. It's cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have like another tab for like wilderness. Wow, look at all this money I have. Oh, thank you. Holy cow, according to the stats on OBS, it says I've dropped 0 frames. Which is nuts. Oh, heck. Sorry if I've been taking you guys on a ride. Uh-oh. My screen's not zooming out again. Oh my gosh, my computer is like freaking out. Sorry, I'm not quite... Okay, there... Whoa! Wow, it's like taking a long time to register the input. Well, that's not the issue. The issue is I've got to plug in an OBS that like... Oh my gosh, this is really annoying. My OBS is freaking out. What is going on? Okay, I'm gonna start closing stuff. Alright. Hopefully I'm ready now. Alright, do you want to lead the way, Kid Link? When you follow each other and you're in a constant state of movement. I think we should save our running. Because I don't have very much. Sweet. I can also turn on running if you think it would save time. I'm down for that too. I need to get off here between 6 and 6:30, so I don't have a ton of time. Just a casual stroll indeed. These little squirrels. Examine squirrel. Shave the tail and you've got a rat. So true. Oh, we're actually pretty close to the wild already. I didn't realize we were that close. I love the all black armor. It looks so cool. Okay, here's where stuff gets intense. We're near the wilderness. Spooky. Oh, sick. Yeah, I actually have date night with my wife I forgot about, so we might have to table it, Ethan, but I do want to play you. I told Kinley I'd go to the wilderness with him. Oh, we're near a bank. That's pretty pog. Quick trip to Edgeville. Sweet. I do want to do it. Someone else is fighting that. Agreed. I don't like how attack is one of the options. Also, I don't know if I can because... It's so weird, I can't attack things. Oh, this music's intense. Scary bear. So I think this on the right here You can't see it because my camera's blocking it, but this shows the relative levels that can fight me and I can fight. Oh, David. Why did you do this? I keep forgetting that zoom in thing's broken right now. Come on. Fix yourself, please. Man, that's annoying. Okay, I won't use the zoom in feature anymore. Good on OBS, even though it's freezing up, it's not like killing the stream or anything, and it still says 0 dropped frames, so. Obviously something in the wild that you can do with RuneScape as well when you're streaming is like people can stream snipe you. I'm learning music production. Oh, what? Mediocre lo-fi track. Heck yeah. That's awesome. What the heck is this? What's this cave? Are you gonna show me something crazy, Kid Link? I'm looking forward to the lo-fi tracks, Ethan. Wow. I love the random characters that pop in randomly. I like that you don't have to engage with them, but you can if you want. Wow. This is crazy. Rune rocks. Probably not going to make a ton of lo-fi, lol. Random inspiration. Oh, cool. Awesome. I hope we make some stuff that you're proud of. Obviously, in the beginning, it'd be a little rough, but that's okay. I wonder how much Jagex makes on this game. Of course, of course. We're in level 46 of the wild, huh? Oh, those spiders are only level 34. Okay. What's Kid Link about to say? Oh, sick. Rune rocks, eh? Okay, so they can still do a lot of damage to me. Oh, these rocks. I probably can't mine them because I don't have anything. Heckin' mine rock, rune rocks, man. That's freaking awesome. I don't think I ever saw that in my playing old school. Player, is PK stand for player kill? I bet members have like a longer amount they can run too. Oh, okay, PK does need player kill. Those hill giants are look amazing. Right. That makes sense. Chaos rune. Another chaos rune. Kidling's the real MVP. Will they instigate an attack, or will they not fight me unless I like start fighting them? I got the runes, boy. Wish you had a little bit more control of the camera. That'd be kind of nice. Huh. Cool. I see the little hunt icon. Am I unlocking all kinds of new music? Spooky. Zombies. What are the planks good for? Oh, okay. This was cool. Sweet. Oh, members only. You can collect things when you die? What? Have I never died? That's interesting. Wow, that's pretty cool. No problem, Kid Link. I've never been here before. What the heck? This is awesome. I'm assuming you can't attack other players in here. The free-for-all portal. What is this? Hey, Talars, how's it going? Yeah, you probably do know me from Melee. How's it going? How are you doing? Oh my gosh. I don't want to die. Oh, that's nice. This place is... Actually, this is a safe spot. I don't think you lose your stuff here. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, I see. I have my full health again. Doing okay. It's always really cool seeing Melee people playing, especially streaming old school RuneScape. Heck yeah, man. I played back in the day. Wasn't very good, but... Yeah, you're right. The stats are all restored. What the heck? Yeah, you do heal. That's awesome. Well, Tellers, it's so cool to randomly run into you. Yeah, I was thinking about doing an Iron Man with my friend in here. The tin can, but I think I'm going to be wrapping up here pretty soon, so... Kid, like, this is awesome. I had so much fun playing this with you, but I should probably wrap up here and do date night with my wife, which I actually really want to do. So, this has been a blast. Am I going to be mostly safe here, Kid Link, if I log off from here? Or do you recommend a better spot to log off? If you know Free Palestine, he has a Discord for Melee plus Old School RuneScape. Oh, seriously? Oh, no, let's not reschedule. I don't want to reschedule. I'd rather do it today. It's okay with you, my dear? If you're doing something that you want to do, that's okay, but I don't want to... No, it's all right. Wild West Dan, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. How was the science and technology category, my friend? Time to Waster. Yeehaw, indeed. Welcome in. Is it Jostry? Am I saying that right? We got a family-friendly live raid. Oh, you know what I haven't done in a while? I need to do a raid message. Let me see if it'll work. Yeah! I forgot to do this earlier for Vanity, but Wild West, thank you for the raid. Let's do tonight, love. Let's do tonight. Sweet. I will probably log off here then when it comes to RuneScape. How was your stream in science and technology? What kind of science and technology stuff were you doing? I'm gonna now see, how do you log off again? I think it's here. Thank you again, KidLink, for all your generosity and for showing me around. Hey, go to my spells. My spells. I think, is this where spells are? I can't remember. Home teleport. Oh, I don't want to go back to Lumbridge. I kind of want to be here next time. This is an interesting area. Playing with an Arduino for next year's charity weather balloon and doing a little 3D painting designs. Ooh, I'm not familiar with Arduino, if I'm saying that right. But doing 3D painting, that sounds awesome. Hope you and your fun with your wife. Thanks so much. Tellers, do you mind? I'm gonna give you permission to post a link for 60 seconds or whatever. Do you mind? What? There we go. Wait, why isn't it working? What? It should be letting you post a link. That's super weird. Oh, really? That's good to know, Esther. It's like Raspberry Pi, but way smaller. Oh, cool. So, Tellers, I can't figure out how to permit you to post a link. I thought I knew how, but I don't. So, if you want to join my Discord and invite me to that old school RuneScape Discord, that'd be much appreciated. I'd love to join. Yeah, I don't know if Ethan's still in chat or not, but let's definitely reschedule the Iron Man. Oh, bye, KidLink. Don't have permission to invite on the Discord. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great. Well, Wild West Dan, I know you just raided, but I am wrapping up a nearly 6-hour stream, so no motors for mine, but a bunch of sensors, temperatures, GPS, and LEDs play nice. Hey, Fabry, welcome. It's going great. Jennifer and Iron Man, you're down? Oh, let's go, KidLink. I'd love to, but I am gonna call it for stream. 6 hours is pretty long, so I'm ready to. I'm ready to take a break. Thank you, Tellers, for the follow. Muchly appreciated. Yes, thanks for joining the Discord as well. Yeah, definitely a swole one. We talked a lot about nostalgia. We did a Zune unboxing, which is what all the fans are here for. Of course, it wasn't a real Zune unboxing. It was just the box that I've had since forever. So I did that. Of course, I had to show the rest of the Zune collection that I've got. This is the 120, the 30. We've got the two Zune HDs, of course, and the box with the attractive packaging, and of course the Microsoft Kin phone that had Zune built on it and was technically the first Windows phone ever. See, it says Windows Phone. case you didn't believe me. Wake me up when you do a Sansa clip unboxing. Well, you might be asleep for a while, my friend. Oh, yeah, let's find out who we're going to raid. Heck yeah, old school indeed. For anyone that knows what a Zune is. Thank you all the Wild West Dan folks. And Essie, give the husband a hug for me. I'll let her know. Glad we caught a little bit. Yes, I will give her a hug for you. Yeah, no, I really appreciate the raid. A lot. So we'll find someone else to raid, no problem. And then make sure you guys check out Wild West Dan. He is a whimsical, creative, and technical, fun guy who does a lot of charity streams. So you should absolutely check him out. What's this new shout out feature? You know what? It's probably not a command. It's probably a slash command. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Appreciate it. Well, we have some cool people we can raid. So, oh my gosh, so many people are online right now. That means that thank you especially for choosing me, my friend. I appreciate it. Okay. We've got a few options. We've got Doughboy, who I'm a fan of. We have JJDB. I think I want to keep it to those two right now. Doughboy or JJDB. The first person that says one of those names in chat will be the deciding factor. It can be up to you. Again, the options are Doughboy or JJ. That's Doughboy or JJ. Doughboy it is. Excellent choice. He currently is streaming the retro category. So I will see you guys in that stream. Oh, cool. Zelda Oracle of Seasons. All right, guys, enjoy. I will catch you guys on the next one. And thank you so much for hanging out with me today. And as always, we'll be in the Discord hanging out. So I'll talk to you then. Bye.